Now we are ready to head for the Horn. Way, hey, roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the pond. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cables are stowed. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Man the sail capstan and he with a will. Way, hey, roll and go. Soon we'll be driving away down the hill. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cables are stowed. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Soon we'll be warping her out through the locks. Way, hey, roll and go. Where the pretty young girls all come down in flocks. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cables are stowed. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. We're outward bound for Vallepo Bay. Way, hey, roll and go. Get cracking, me lads, 'tis a hell of a way. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cables are stowed. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cables are stowed. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Now we are ready to head for the Horn. Way, hey, roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the pond. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cables are stowed. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Man the sail capstan and he with a will. Way, hey, roll and go. Soon we'll be driving away down the hill. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cables are stowed. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Soon we'll be warping her out through the locks. Way, hey, roll and go. Where the pretty young girls all come down in flocks. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cables are stowed. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. We're outward bound for Vallepo Bay. Way, hey, roll and go. Get cracking, me lads, 'tis a hell of a way. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cables are stowed. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cables are stowed. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Now we are ready to head for the Horn. Way, hey, roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the pond. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cables are stowed. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Man the sail capstan and he with a will. Way, hey, roll and go. Soon we'll be driving away down the hill. Timmy, rollicking, randy, dandy, oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the stole to me rollicking randy dandy oh. Soon we'll be warping her out through the locks. Way hey roll and go, where the pretty young girls all come down in flocks to me rollicking randy dandy oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way hey roll and go, the anchor's on board and the cables are stowed to me rollicking randy dandy oh. We're outward bound for Vallepo Bay. Way hey roll and go, get cracking, me lads, 'tis a hell of a way to me rollicking randy dandy oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way hey roll and go, the anchor's on board and the cables are stowed to me rollicking randy dandy oh. Heave a pole and heave away. Way hey roll and go, the anchor's on board and the cables are stowed to me rollicking randy dandy oh.
And we are live. Hey, Loops. Welcome. I am about to pull the others in. And that's one. There's two. And there's three.
Hey!
Welcome.
Hello there, world. It's your boy.
That boy is
Hello there. You're just the boy of the world?
Yep.
That's a pretty big claim. I'll have to fact check you.
I didn't vote for this guy.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Ash, please, I need my table.
By the way, that I could just go back and watch the recordings to see what voice I used. So I did that.
Hit up the VODs.
Perfect.
Ow, ow, ow,
This
ow.
Toast guy's pretty funny, dude. You should get him on the stream sometime.
Proud of yourself.
Oh yeah.
Alright. So, are we ready for, Okay, I'm gonna ask the same question as last time. You guys want me to do the, recap again?
Yes.
Alright.
Give us a recap.
So, last time saw the group's departure from Altdorf at long last. After nothing more than the delays of an embarrassing family and a rather irate wife.
I love my wife.
That doesn't make her not irate. So, you sail the week upriver until you reach Marienburg. New territory for all save for Johannes. And from there, had simply to arrange your travels. You narrowly avoided an unknown disaster of some kind when Johannes managed to scry that the Norseman at the docks was offering you passage with some sort of malicious intent. Dropping that threat entirely, you found a one Klaus Vanderford, a down-on-his-luck captain in a most literal sense of luck, who had had a series of bad runs. You managed to get him some crew with nothing short of fortune, as you found exactly the people he needed and easily convinced them that it was worth a shot. You sent them his way, and with his crew bolstered, in spite of his bad reputation, he was willing to grant you passage and favor. So, you've had a small amount of time to buy what you need, prepare, so for example, Maximus took the time to find himself a flute, as well as Johannes looking for various games to play while aboard, and general things to fill the time. After all, 3 months is a long voyage to be stuck in a relatively small carrack with no private cabins. So, you set sail then, out into the open ocean, where rather than the banks of the River Right, you were met with the unfamiliar sight of vast, empty blue nothing. Blue skies and deep blue sea, stretching on for an eternity. Now,
That was rather poetic.
what?
That was rather poetic.
Well, thank you. I need something from all of you.
Sure. I have an extra liver.
Yeah, I'm here to take your kidneys to fund my Twitch campaign. Campaign, I say, like it's an election. Difficult endurance from all of you.
Definitely didn't.
Ugh.
Does the dog needs a roll endurance?
It's for seasickness.
Yes, it is.
What a surprise.
What a surprise! The posh noble doesn't like being in the water. Ooh, ouchie, my tummy.
No, the puppet, the heckin' chonker pupperino. Hey, what about Caroline?
I rolled for her. She also got -4.
Damn it.
So, we pan into the scene as you are met with. I'm checking the weather that we had Doc roll for us.
Oh, thanks, Doc.
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
Alright. Comfortable, but a mist and light rain. That sort of gentle mist that's more of a nuisance than any actual kind of impediment. It comes and goes, but otherwise there's a thin blanket of precipitation in the air at pretty much every hour. Left, right, north, south, up, down. All you can see is blue. You're in the middle of nowhere on gently rocking waves with a gray tinge to everything. As we zoom in on the ship, and the first thing we see is Coswick, leant over the side, throwing up.
Do you want me to?
You don't have to make throwing up noises, no. So, for the duration, I'll have you roll every stretch of the journey. It's usually every day, but we're going abstract. You have the following 2 things. Malaise and nausea. Nausea is, where is it? If you fail a test involving physical movement, you gain a stunned condition from being sick and dry heaving. And you have a fatigued condition until you get rid of it. Or set foot on dry land, naturally. So, you will be able to test usually every day, but we'll do every stretch for now. Or at least every endeavor. So I will be giving a lot of overview of the time that passes. Speaking of, how are all of you acclimating to life at sea?
You want me to put on the effects myself?
Effects of what?
Malaise and... Ow!
You don't have to, just remember it. I might have, at some point, put seasickness in here, so if so, I can grab it for you. I did.
Okay.
Alright, I'll do it.
Keeps resetting. I guess. Music keeps resetting.
Kraus has never been to the open ocean.
There you go.
You're still on starting soon, by the way.
You're right. There you go. It's on your sheet.
Hooray. And on the deck and on the bridge.
Hey. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, the cow's messing with the wires again.
Oh, okay. Benji used to sleep on my power bar and it would shut everything off when he adjusted it, so...
I actually keep away for some reason. I don't know why.
So,
Maybe they got electrocuted.
So, we have since departed Marienburg. How are all of you faring, other than seafaring?
Bad.
Kraus has never been out to the open ocean. Never thought he'd see the day where he'd look in every direction and see nothing but water. Terrifying, quite frankly. Not that he's gonna tell anyone.
I'm
excited about all this.
Swimming.
That's a good point. Can any of you swim?
Nope.
I don't think so.
It's a skill.
No, I cannot.
Okay, so nobody can swim.
Oh.
Good to know, just in case.
Hey, can Ren swim?
Can Ren swim? Of course Ren can swim.
Thank God.
Kraus has had his bout with the local rivers.
Ren is an expert swimmer, actually. Jeez.
Oh.
Who's the soldier that can't swim? Not I.
Well, that's good. At least one of you can save the others then. All right.
I was gonna say, Alatok is rather dense.
He just stinks like a rock.
Use him as an anchor, maybe. Just pull him up.
That's pretty good. All right. So, Alatok, what about you? How are you doing?
He's getting annoyed. He wrote down a list of everything wrong with the ship to give to the ship captain, and the captain doesn't seem to care. Abhorred with how horrible condition the cannons are in.
All right. Where is it? Can you? Where is it? Oh, I'm reading the wrong thing. No wonder I can't find it.
Yeah, that'd do
I
it.
was reading the wrong table. Of course. Okay. Could you roll 1d10 each? Not each, actually, two of you. One of you doesn't have to.
The two non-seasick people should do it.
Fair
Okay.
enough.
Ew.
All right.
Oh, Vox, sorry, minor thing. Storage. I forgot to bring that
Yes,
up.
yes. Storage for your sheets. I will get it all up. Nice and gross. Dog's always at the top, so I always forget and scroll past him. Funny that. He's the easiest to find, so I always just scroll past.
It's going in the book.
Yeah.
You should all have a storage item now on your sheets to put things that you're not carrying on your person.
Thank you.
Excellent.
My garbage flute.
And... And let's see if any of these apply for Manon's mood. That's for crew morale to start with, to see how the crew is doing. Alright. It's not a roll, so I can't ask you guys for that one. Should be fine for now. With the rolls. Perfect.
Ooh.
And then, as the journey proceeds, could you all roll 1d100?
Sure.
Actually, any one of you. I'm gonna get you all to roll, and the order you roll in is what I'm going to do. Alright.
Sounds good.
81, 25, and 42. Perfect.
Why am I still over encumbered?
I don't know. Oh, God. 81. So, Oswin,
Yes.
you look up from puking your guts out to see a ship coming on the horizon. They're headed straight for you, waving flags and trying to signal you down.
Oh my god. It always goes to max with these.
That's really weird. It's only you.
How do I
isn't
change
it?
it?
Mine doesn't go to man.
I'm changing it a bunch.
Every time you mess with
I know,
it,
I
it does
gotta-
it again.
I gotta find a good volume. Good.
I'm putting
Oh,
everything
yeah.
low.
Have you tried the global volume control?
That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
I thought that I had done it before.
Might have been a different Foundry server. Anyways,
Oh, God damn it. Okay.
so
He's just gonna.
Yeah.
He's going to alert the crew, or someone who would know what the hell they're signaling for, at least.
someone climbs their way up to the crow's nest and, taking a spyglass, begins to look it over, waiting for the signals to go in a full loop as he interprets it. He calls down for the captain, who comes out of his own quarters, adjusting his coat and looking like he's woken up late in the day. The rest of you, where are you? Are you on deck with Coswick, or what?
I'm on deck, soaking in the sights.
There's nothing to see; it's empty blue. But you do see the
sight I've never seen before.
you do see the ship. It's a similarly made carrack to your own, quite thin of nature, and all of you roll an average perception. Alatok as well, if you're up there.
Yeah, I'm up there. I'll roll it.
All right.
Average perception. Sorry. Go. There.
All right. Coswick, you alone. Also, did you put the fatigue on your sheet? Just making sure. I didn't do it automatically. I should have brought that up.
The what?
The fatigue from Malaise.
I didn't do that myself, no.
Yeah, weirdly, it didn't do it either. Hey, hold on. Maybe it's because I didn't. Let me test something.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I got it. It's because I set the incubation as instant, but it wasn't processing that, so I just had to set it to 0 days, and then it was like, oh, incubation period is done. Either way, that should be 3, not 4, but not important. Yeah, it's partial. So, the ship has white and black sails, clearly painted so, but they seem quite tattered, faded as much as white and black quite simply can be, down to the near canvas beige color. The ship has on the side of it closed gun ports, enough to outnumber your own. If this is hostile, you're outgunned 2 to 1.
Captain, they've twice as many cannons as ours. Are they bad?
It's not exactly uncommon. He grumbles.
Black and white sails, does that mean something?
You see his brow pop up, and then his eyes dart off as he's trying to ponder. Could be good. Bad. Might be
Oh,
bad.
thank you for your insight, Captain.
I'm thinking, right? That's the Brianese.
What?
Who?
that?
South Bretonians.
What do they want?
We're gonna find out. They're hailing us down to talk. Even pirates don't usually fight that dirty.
Good to know. I'll go to the other side of the ship, so I'll go over there right now.
And he's gonna hurry to the other side of the ship.
To the backdrop of Coswick losing his breakfast, the captain gathers around the crew, and yourselves if desired, and this ends up including the Tylian mercenaries who make their way up deck, hands on their swords, and most of them having grabbed their pikes out of the storage, just in case.
Just in case.
So,
Cross slings his rifle over his shoulder.
alright. The captain of the other ship stands on the side, one leg propped up on a barrel as he holds a... They're only called megaphones when they're like electronic. What do you call they're just the cone kind that you yell through?
I forget, but it's in
This a horn?
Sea of Thieves.
Whatever, those things. Point being, he yells over to you, Bonjour! We mean you no harm. Getting that out of the way immediately.
What it's called.
Sorry, what?
Speaking trumpet.
Speaking trumpet, okay. Nice and simple. Well, there you go. He yells that through the speaking trumpet. The captain looks between all of you before calling back a very simple, "What do you want, then?" He seems on edge, enough that his tone puts the others so. Our foodstuffs have spoiled. We simply seek to trade to make our way back to Brion. The captain raises one brow, looking again between everyone as if he's looking for some kind of insight. He doesn't seem to know what to make of it himself and starts to stroke his beard. It's then that he looks to Kraus, being the one with the gun. We're gonna let him in. You keep an eye on him.
Of course.
Let him go below deck. Got it?
Aye, aye, Captain.
And so it is that they're allowed to come closer. They bring out boat hooks and pull the two together before tying it off. The two of you floating next to each other, as the two captains begin to discuss. Meanwhile, if there's anything you'd like, you can parlay with the others. A few of them are trading with the sailors, passing off trinkets, trading the occasional coin, or gambling. In other words, you have maybe half an hour to an hour to trade and parlay with some interesting foreigners, or gossip, or whatever you would like.
I would like to ask Marchini to make sure his guys watch the Bretonians. They'll let him go below deck.
He says they'll make sure that they don't get into the cheese.
Good man.
Johannes would like to talk to them a little bit.
What of?
Mainly of their past voyage.
Roll an easy gossip, but with a -10 for status. You may ask of them any 3 questions you see fit.
Where are
Yeah.
they coming from?
And also the others can do whatever you like. They are coming up from southern Estalia. The Kingdom of Margarita, specifically.
They ever been to Lustria?
Nope. They've only been so far as Araby, and only on 1 or 2 occasions. Very rare. They have
How
rumors and folklore, but nothing you haven't heard.
Yeah, okay. Have they run into any pirates down there?
Of course. Roll an easy intuition.
Damn.
Yeah, of course they have. It's quite as simple as. There's plenty of pirates down there. After all, just southeast of Margarita is where the pirate principality is, Sartosa. Pirates roam those seas like a plague. Especially, even when they went down to Araby, it was down to Copher, where just south of Copher is the city of Corsairs, and Copher itself isn't exactly peaceful. Copher is plagued by pirates. Estalia is plagued by pirates. These are the pirate seas, this little segment. Which reminds me, I wanted to switch to the world map.
Ooh.
Ooh. We get to see the world.
The whole world. Zoom out from the standard position. It should show you the whole thing. So, this is the whole of the world of Warhammer Fantasy. And I'm doing this for the stream. You guys can explore it on your own. We begin here. Having sailed from Altdorf to Karaberg, up to Marienburg. And now, the voyage takes them up the Marienburg estuary, around the coast of the Old World, and we are currently hereabouts. Brionne is over here, as you can see. Your next major port of call is in Bilbali. They are saying that they came from down here and have been on their way back to Brionne, sailing around Estalia. And that they've gone as far as Copher down here, which is also a port of call you'll be making on your journey. Stop clicking on Skaven Blight. You don't see that. You don't know what a Skaven is.
I'm just clicking on it, dude.
I've only put down journal notes.
What's a Skaven?
I gotta make sure you guys can see the journal notes, come to think of it. I've only put down journal notes for the ones you guys should be able to be familiar with. I'm just gonna double check and make sure that they're all there, visible for you.
I believe so.
If they weren't, they are now. These are all the various points of call you'll be going to along the way. So, our journey has now taken us to the middle of the seas west of Brithonia, and you may continue to ask what you wish. But yes, you are in pirate-plagued seas. Anyone else like to say anything, trade anything? They have very little of real tangible value to offer, but they have novelties, trinkets. And if you'd like to sell anything, they do have their cut of money.
Kraus is a little uneasy around the Bretonians. He's going to stand guard. Make sure everything stays on the up and up.
Alright. Roll a challenging perception. And what about you, Alatok?
He's gonna be watching them, but he's gonna be watching them. I don't know what in the hell it's called, but he's gonna be watching them by where they steer the ship up above.
The wheel?
The wheel. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but what's the deck called? I can't remember.
I can't.
I don't know. The helm?
Yeah, I guess whatever. But yeah, he'll be watching them by
It's the something. Alright, if you're watching too, then you can assist the perception. Whichever one of you has the higher perception, roll, and then the other assists.
Oh, well, I already rolled.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
just a bunch of sailors mingling. You don't really make much of anything out of it.
No.
Nor do the Tylians, who seem mostly intent on just standing in front of the door leading down and otherwise minding their own business. They figure they don't need to watch for anything. No one can walk through them, so they don't pay any attention to anything more subtle. So,
Should I roll for
Yeah,
this?
this is like a trading vessel, not a military vessel.
yeah, it has basic self-defense, but that's it.
Okay.
It's got 4 medium-sized cannons. 4 12-pounders or whatever. I don't know. That just completely made up a number. It's a very...
Master and Commander again.
Yes. It's a medium-sized carrack with 4 guns below deck. They take a very minimal crew to run, and they're not expecting such trouble. It's mostly a trading ship and passenger ship in this case. But yes. It's prime target for piracy.
Ah, good.
So,
Got something for me.
would any of you like anything else out of the Brianese?
Do they have
It
any?
is Brianese, right? I'm just making that up. Oh, it's Brionian.
Brionian.
Brianese sounds better. I'm right.
Onion.
They're
Brionian.
dumb. I'm smarter.
Those French people and their onions, dude.
I know. They wrote a whole song about it.
From Shrek. I love
No, there's an actual old marching song from the French about onions.
Oh my fucking
Because onions were the major military foodstuffs of the age. In the American Civil War, that was their big thing too. The Union had lots of onions, and that's how they kept
the Union onion.
the onions.
the Union.
I don't know why. I like onions. I like
The Union.
Yeah.
I don't like
Anyways,
any magical people among them, or are they just pure sailors?
roll a d100. If it's a nat 1, yes.
I don't
You
care
find
that
the
much
witch.
about it, so I'm not
You
giving
find the witch.
it. Darn it.
No magic, just a bunch of French.
As me spitting on him.
Yeah, I assumed.
That's pretty much all I got.
Anyone else?
Mm.
Nope.
I think we're squared.
Alright.
Actually, we're on a ship.
Oh, square rigging. Anyways, they
Shoot that guy.
they offer thanks in parting, and their captain does a bit of a bow and dips his hat. You'll thank profusely for your generosity and your time, as they will set sail once again. Roll your choice of an average perception or navigation.
Probably perception for myself.
Average perception.
Would my second sight assist with this?
No.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
Alatark alone is the one to notice, as the captain was talking about Brionne. He mentioned Brionne was to the southeast. And they said they were returning home to Brionne. They're going north. They're going the wrong way if they are. They're either lying or they're lost. And they're too far away to call and correct them now.
They've already pulled away.
Yeah.
Has the captain gone below deck?
No, he's still idling about.
Hey, Captain, I'm no expert on sailing, but I think either they're lost and they're headed in the wrong direction, or they just duped us.
I don't know.
What?
It's a common occurrence, Captain.
No. I just figure they're privateers. No good trading routes out Brionne. They're going up to Marienburg. We're just lucky that they weren't after us.
I'd have settled them quick with some magic, Captain. Don't worry.
I'm sure you would, bro. You fire a gun just as fast.
Faster, probably. I've some urgent business there.
Alright. Who would like to roll 2d10?
I don't want to.
Belts.
You're the only one who hasn't, but yeah.
Belts.
Damn it, I am.
Ah.
I'm doing it.
Ooh.
Oh
Oh.
my god.
Oh,
Wow.
Whoa!
Wow.
What could possibly
Okay.
go wrong?
You're welcome, everybody.
I need you all to roll a d100. This is a hidden test.
So do we have to...
Do I have to?
I will
Oh,
let you,
I don't know.
I will let you know what it's for, and I need to know. Someone's clicking on the token, so it says.
yeah,
it's just the
that was
word.
me. That was Altalk.
Do you mean a private GM roll? Or do
No,
you
no, no.
mean-
Just roll the d100. I'm not telling you
Okay.
what skill you're rolling for.
Gotcha.
Oh, skill?
I can tell you that's all
Oh,
failures, though. If anyone would like
Yeah,
to
well.
re-roll.
I could have told you that.
Anyone
Yeah,
want to
sure.
re-roll?
I'll reroll.
Alright, Max.
I don't really want to reroll because I'm sick. I think you should be bad at things.
Oh,
Fair
oh
enough.
god, the Bretonians gave us diseases.
Alright. As perfect in time for the song to end. We make way to Bilbali.
Bilbali.
Pretty quiet. I hope someone can make that out. I
Red
can't
bells?
make it louder. Yes, the
Yeah.
bells.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can't make it louder. It's a little quiet for me because I got the fan on. But,
It's
anyways.
fine.
The mist has gotten a little heavier, and the day is dragging on to sunset. All around you, you can see the shores are lined with jagged cliffs and seem to peter down from the mountains that make the spine of Estalia. You're making your way into a grand cove lined with rugged hills, and with, well, that's all you can see for now, as you can hear in the distance, very faintly, the bell
Hmm.
It's incredibly loud, or at least it must be for the distance you're hearing it at. You don't see any sign of civilization here.
Okay.
Captain, is that bell normal? Or are we about to be ambushed?
Bilbali. See, fog gets thick around here and the mountains jut high, so they don't use any kind of lighthouse or nothing to guide you in. They got the bell tower. That is our destination.
And we follow the sound of the bell all the way home.
All the way to dry land, he says, elbowing Coswick.
Yes. Oh, don't touch me.
You follow that, you follow that bell for a good time more. An hour, two, several. Until eventually the city is in sight and the fog's beginning to lift. Cast in shadows and sunset, you see a beautiful, ornate Spanish village. A grand and artistic masterpiece of architecture set into the stone itself, built in a U-shape around the harbor. You see the way the buildings climb up the cliffs and form intricate patterns between each other, or even go into the caves, decorated and well used. The city is huge. It's on par with proper sized cities like you'd see back in the Reichland. No petty nothing. But it also includes a grand castle and palace, huge churches in a mix of Gothic and classical style dedicated to Myrmidia. And most unfortunately, when you step to the docks as the ship pulls in, a retinue of strangers seemingly awaiting your arrival eagerly. These include figures varied from armored and armed watchmen to what look like dock workers and stevedores as you'd expect, to various clerk-looking officials in robes with glasses and documentation, and one other figure yet mysterious. A man stands there, wearing a heavy and beautifully decorated breastplate. It's where is it? The man stands there wearing a beautiful
breastplate. Is that breastplate accented with red robes?
Yes.
Oh.
Red and gold, as well as some white. Red, gold, and white, generally speaking. Decorative, and the breastplate itself looks to be made of bronze. It has the pattern of an eagle on the front of it, and his shoulders have pauldrons with waving spikes coming off of them that make it look like the crest of a decorative sun around his shoulders.
Ooh.
His hood is down, though he does have one, and instead he's wearing a similarly decorative Morian helmet. He has a long face and keen, shrewd eyes, almost as if one brow is perpetually cocked, as if he's locked into asking a question. He stares at you fiercely as you approach. Roll... No, we'll just call it challenging perception.
Do I still have the seasickness?
Put on a brave face.
What?
And vomit on the other side of the ship.
What the hell are you doing?
I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I have the SIP targeted for some
I'm
reason.
doing that.
What are we
I don't
rolling?
have that target.
Click and drag somewhere else.
No, you right-click it and turn off the target toggle.
Thank you.
You don't need to use that. You're clicking too much things. What was that question, Klaus? Rouse?
What are we rolling?
Challenging perception.
And I was asking if I still had the seasickness. Now that we're on land.
Nope. It's gone for now.
Can I get rid of it?
Yes,
Easily,
just
or do I-
delete it. If you can't, I'll do it.
Looks like I can, and then I had to take off the fatigue. Okay, fine. Would my second sight help with this at all?
Yes. I'm gonna say yes. I have to think about that a second.
Still not that good, so it oh, never mind. Ironic that it's a 7.
You catch a glint like sunlight cast off of something, As you can see, around the sash of his waist is a prayer bead necklace, tipped with the eagle of Myrmidia, which catches the light in a way that registers to you as wholly unnatural. And I do mean wholly unnatural, get it? You see the faintest glimmer of something distinctly magical, yet not arcane. Blessed or not, this man carries some presence of the divine with him, even if it's just the faintest sliver for his faith. Perhaps you are able to simply... well, no, you both got +1, my bad. You're both able to notice the religious symbol of Myrmidia around his belt. None of you have the knowledge necessary to know exactly what this is, other than some kind of priest, presumably. But the captain leans in and just simply says, "Lock yourself with this one," before he takes lead to approach down the gangplank and begin talking up the locals, speaking in Estalian.
Oh. I should have him teach me that. It would be most helpful. I assume.
You are met with a voice behind your shoulder from someone who has snuck up on you. "He says we're getting text," says Ren from right behind your shoulder.
Okay. Text.
"Yeah, something about tolls and dues and some kind of funds for something. I didn't quite hear it. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, I'm not. I can be on the job though. I can start paying attention now, sir."
No. Well, maybe actually. We'll see how it plays out.
Oh, Ren, do you speak Estalian?
"I speak Estalian, Thailand, Indish.
Oh,
Alright. Alright, then your job is to listen in and translate for us.
Aye.
Good lad.
Caroline, we have to start paying him now.
Yes, sir," she says, reaching into her pocket, just ready to throw him it like a tip. But by the time she pulls out the coin necessary, he's already scampered off to go listen, very overtly just standing there. So,
He's a good kid, Cosworth.
Yes, I chose him for that reason. And also because he... never mind.
so you hear you hear the captain address the priest, but the priest gestures for his silence in a cold and condescending fashion as he doesn't even look at him and begins walking towards the group of you.
Uh-oh. Ren, could you come here, please?
"Alright," he says, walking basically just backwards the way he came. He springs to your side as he looks up at the man, begins to say, well, something in Estalian, I guess I can't tell you. But the man looks to him and then says something in Estalian, a question, very clearly, to which Ren shakes his head, replies, and the man simply says, "I speak Reichspiel."
Ah, good man.
That makes us much easier. Hello, sir.
"What brings you here, wizard?"
Myself personally, I'm aboard this voyage.
"You and
We
your
won't be here
retinue."
long. Retinue, yes. Well, we're just docking here to resupply.
"Explain the
It's not our
purpose
work.
of your voyage," he says, as he snaps his fingers and one of the attendants comes to his side, almost like Carolyn, ready to take notes. This one, however, does not look like any kind of personal servant, but is instead wearing the simple burlap robes of some kind of monastic. However, unlike the more peaceful and secluded kind you're familiar with, this one is armed.
Voyage will take us down to Lustria.
For what purpose?
Artifacts, mostly. Establishing a colony.
What do you intend to do with your stay in Bilbali?
Do you mean me or personally?
Yes, wizard.
I was just going to take a look around, I suppose. Not stay cooped up on that ship. I've been puking out every... Well, you don't want to hear that. I was hoping to get a decent meal, perhaps.
His face suggests that no, he did not indeed want to hear that.
Will that be a problem? Do I need to present my documents to you?
He nods before saying, as well as all that you are bringing with you. There will be a toll. Your men begin to present it. In addition, I expect full record and knowledge of your capabilities.
Yes, certainly. I suspect I won't need to cast anything here, so long as I'm not to be cheated. I'm not one of the impressive ones, I must admit.
He stays
He's gonna-
completely quiet at that.
Going to present his license and what else would he need to present? If anything.
Just any magical stuff he has on him, probably, because the guy's asking for a full rundown. Or you can just say, piss off. You could just ignore it.
Show him his staff, I guess. I mean, that's
hard to hide.
That's really pretty much what he has. Oh, and my familiar, I suppose.
He stares down at General Barnes, giving the salute with a sneer of disdain. He stays on the ship.
Nonsense, he's my personal guard.
Roll difficult charm.
Would etiquette nobility work with him?
No.
Fuck.
Does it actively detract?
No.
Would my status help?
Yes.
Come on, nat 1, baby. Oh,
That is not a nat 1 in any respect.
certainly is not.
Although if you add the 7 and the 3 together, that's a 10, and then if you reverse it, that's a 1.
I was thinking that exact thing, but I didn't.
Do we have flip to
Zero.
fail? I mean,
Yeah.
do we have flip to succeed?
It wouldn't even matter. It would still be -0.
Ah.
This is non-negotiable. We have had troubles recently, and magic is under low tolerance at the moment. You keep that thing on the ship, you do not cast any magics, and you keep your nose out of trouble.
Oh, very well. Barnes, would you mind? I'll bring you back something good.
This is your first time in Estalia, no? He says, interrupting Barnes' attempt to say, well, something grouchy, basically, about, no, how dare you?
Yes, it is.
Let me make something clear. Your god Sigmar has no sway here. There is only Holy Myrmidia. Her light shows all. Any
Yes, I
attempt
could.
to hide and obfuscate anything unfitting of her beauty and purity shall be purged. We do not let threats linger.
I represent the colleges here, and I will conduct myself in such a manner.
Actually do it. As he takes a step back, he directs someone in Estalian, to which Ren translate. He wants to search our persons and all of our goods, and we're going to be taxed rather heavily. Ah, that brings back memories.
I don't think we have any contraband.
Not yet. Sometimes I'll just slip it in there for you.
And then... Oh, he said I couldn't cast magic. That would be most curious. Captain, is this standard?
He cocks his head back and forth. Of a sort.
Well, regardless. Caroline, would you show him the manifests and go with him and make certain?
Caroline shall do just that.
Cooperate with the full extent of...
Extent.
Just short of demeaning. Yes, well, I'm starving.
So, with that, you're given a search of your persons and all that you have to make sure it's noted, and you are freed into the city. In stark contrast to the rather puritanical welcome, the city itself, again, is a beautiful sight. There's musicians in the streets, there's women and men dancing, they wear the finest of clothes. It's as if everyone is some kind of beautiful figure out of a romance. It's an alien place for simply how amazing it is and how it stuns the senses.
I am desperately confused.
Beautiful, ain't it?
Yes, it's a little too bright.
It's exotic. Never thought I'd see this kind of civilization.
Yes, very civilized.
Oh, don't worry about the armor and the fussy robes. We'll take care of you. Even without General Bonds at your side.
Yes, well, I'm going to be hearing more about that later on the voyage, I expect. I put far too much personality into him. I don't know what I was thinking.
It's a long journey. There'll be plenty of time for General Bonds to shine. But speaking of keeping things civil, Captain Marcini, how is the relationship between Tylians and Estalians?
You get a moment to register his reaction before he even says anything, and you have a feeling you already know what he's going to say by the look on his face. They're a bunch of self-righteous bastards, he says, taking his knife, and the same one he was using to pick his nose and using it to trim his beard slightly as he's gotten a chance to do so without the rocking of the ship. We despise each other. At least all with good sense do. They think themselves the true heirs to Mamidia's grace. Nothing more than a bunch of stuck-up, wine-sniffing... The degenerates. Pay them no mind.
Well, that first impression was pretty self-righteous, I'll give you that. But, does that mean we're gonna have any problems while you're here in port? Any of your boys gonna start a ruckus? A ruckus?
Not one we can't win.
Yeah. Well, make sure you do, because if you lose, you might be hiring Estalians.
He stares daggers at you for a moment before cracking a smile. Fair point, he can't really exactly contest it.
Johannes would like to get a decent meal, so he'd take Ren at least, just to translate and try to find,
Alright, I have quickly
That's all I've got immediately.
I have quickly deducted the money for your tolls out of the voyage. You'll be informed later it came to a total of 39 gold.
Yep.
Jiminy biscuits.
What?
Jiminy biscuits.
Yep.
Tastes like too many biscuits.
Yeah.
So. Big clap. Ren does not need to translate. Instead, I'm in the wrong thing. There we go. Instead, he simply knows a place that he can recommend.
Oh, I've been here before.
Oh yeah, a long time ago. See, when we used to come here, we came to Cima Blanc, he says, gesturing with the linguistic gesticulations as if he's a natural Estalian. Every time he says something like a proper noun in Estalian, you can assume that he does some kind of hand gesture with it.
That's appropriate.
Same goes for Tylian, I guess, but it means the white peaks, like the mountains, he says, pointing off into the distance. I don't know why. So it's a bit of a, it's a sailor's place, but it's good. The food's great. Booze is cheap, not watered down.
That's all I care about.
Cheap. Right there, just around the corner. We got all the protection we need. We just might have lost a bunch of money to the taxes. Cheap's probably on the best side, if I do say so myself, sir.
Oh, fine, fine.
It's going to be a long journey. It's going to pay to be frugal.
Bond's going to. Oh, Brett.
Don't you
No.
worry, Master Coswick. I'm in charge of security here. I'll take care of you.
You can't fly. He
You
was
got stuff for
very
that.
Most of us can't.
Ironic considering Ren's a bird.
Yeah. Huh. Maybe you could teach me. You do wind stuff, don't you? Astromancies. Used to have one on the ship we did. He's just gonna keep going, by the way, if you don't cut him off.
Yes, well and good. I can't fly. I don't intend to fly. Let's go eat lunch.
I suppose it's for the best. If you can't handle the sea, what you gonna do when the winds are throwing you every which way?
That'd be hilarious. Maybe you should learn how to fly.
I'll take it into consideration.
So, Ren leads you on as he begins to talk up the place you're going. He has fond memories of it. He used to go there all the time. His fond memories, though, speak more to... oh, by the way, Belts, you're still targeting the ship.
I
I
shouldn't be.
can see the dot. His fond memories speak more to personal experience, you get the feeling, as what he describes as a nice place, cheap food, still a bit rough. You get there and it looks a little dangerous. It's clearly still middle class, but one of the windows is boarded and the place is surrounded by, well, like he said, sailors. It's just that sailors in this context seems to mean privateers, as the people surrounding it are well-muscled and tattooed men eyeing you up, looking for a fight or an easy target. Still, there's security, if nothing else. Because they need it. I'm Sweeto, he says, making his way in with really long strides. He gives him a tip of his hat to one of the sailors who clearly does not care for him, but that does not stop his indefatigable smile in the slightest.
Yes, good. He's going to be looking at the sailors and... Obviously, he doesn't want to be here, but I just spent 39 gold on taxes, dude.
As you're making your way in, Kraus,
Hi there.
you find yourself shoved aside as you're the last to enter. Someone coming in from the streets butts you out of the way, shoving you off to the side and giving you a stern look. It's a tall and muscular woman, clearly a local, with the bronze skin, dark hair, and a mean set of eyes. You can make out tattoos from under her cloak as she goes in, taking down the hood. You get the general feeling that this person, whoever they are, is clearly up to no good, but they seem not to pay you any mind other than the fact that you were arbitrarily in their way.
Tough crowd. That's fine. Should I check my pockets?
Yes. Frequently, I think.
Is everything still there?
Just checking your coin purse and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, coin purse is still there.
Okay. Whew.
Roll
Alright.
a difficult perception.
She stole your heart.
Oh no.
You feel like your things were disturbed, but that's clearly just thrown off balance. But, yeah, all your money is still there. Anything important is not missing. If something's gone missing, it's something minor you won't notice for the moment. So,
Ah well.
entering yonder. Also, did you want to pay Ren like his tiny amount due for his little bit of service?
Yes.
Alright, cool. Brass 4, give him his pennies. Yeah, pennies.
There you go.
His 4 pennies for translating for a minute and a half. Yeah! Lucky guy.
Travis's
Anyways,
mindset is that he didn't get stabbed, therefore this is fine.
I live by that.
where is it?
Sanctuary.
Look at the bright side, Master Coswick. A sailor crowd is an experienced crowd. Maybe someone might know something about our destination or what's goings on in the seas.
I don't really want to talk to them.
Oh, why not? They seem
you
like a
can't really-
chipper bunch, he says, smiling at some guys who are just playing a game of darts. They're throwing the darts really hard. You can also see knives and throwing axes stuck in the same board.
Nice.
Yes, you're right. But he wasn't right. Well, let's get some supper, what did I say, lunch? Let's get some lunch, I suppose, and everyone keep a firm hand on your pockets. I miss General Barnes already.
So, food!
Please.
Let's see. I'm just thinking. 15 pennies for a meal and drink. Warm, it's cooked. Ren insists that it's good. That is debatable looking at the surroundings.
Well, better than heart attack.
We haven't had to eat any of that yet.
What have we been eating?
Just decent preserves.
Alright.
Nothing good at all.
Better than heart attack.
Preserves and plenty of salt, but it's probably better than that too. But it is better than hardtack. You're familiar with from cheap campaigns.
Cabbage broth, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I could chew on my arm and it would be better than hardtack.
The trick is to break it up and put some fat in it. And the hardtack will soak the fat up and give it some texture and not break your teeth.
That chimes in. Deeply curious. I always just took a hammer to it. Soak it in some grog.
Oh, Ren, give us a smile. How many teeth you got left?
He cracks a smile and... Oh, he's got them all. Perfectly good. In fact, he's got a fine set of teeth.
Soak it in grog. I'll have to try that one.
So, he begins to point out things that they might have and suggesting meals and all, but elsewise, yes, 15 pennies a person. Interest?
How many people are with us, or are we just gonna pay for...
It's the three of you and Ren right now.
Okay. Please, my treat.
Ooh, he says, putting away his money.
His pennies.
Yeah, exactly. He was counting them out from his very light coin purse.
Oh, mine's pretty light too, I didn't realize. But I can cover it, it's fine.
Many thanks, Master Wizard, he says with a big smile. I
Yes.
remembered your request to call that.
I do like being called a master wizard. Instead of Mr. Wizard. That goes for you two as well, but you've been doing it, so...
Mr. Wizard, eh?
I will refund my purchase offer of your meal.
Whatever you say, Master Coswick.
Oh, very well.
So,
Do they take Imperial coin here, come to think of it?
oh yeah, it's a port town. They gotta take something, eh? Which reminds me, there was actually, I just remembered, in 2nd edition, remember there's the conversion rates. Let's see if Stallions
one second.
value your coin more or less enough to care.
Oh, right, yeah.
I may as well check it. Estalia. Coins. Empire. In Estalia. Ooh, they're worth more.
Yeah. How much more?
Roll a d100. There's a percentage chance it's worth more. Alright. They'll take it for 14 pennies even here. Hero coin is value to them. Quality.
I've only got silver, so
Well,
I'm gonna
still,
need change anyway.
in that case, if you give them, you'd have to give them what? That's 4 of you, so you'd have to give them 8 shillings, and they'd give you back. That means they're expecting 14.
Wait,
So
8
they'll give you,
shillings?
yeah, 15 pennies.
Right, yeah. I got mixed up and thought that it was 20 pennies.
I'm overthinking this. I think you just have to give them like 5, right? So
But I
yeah,
have to
'cause
get
my brain. Because that's
12.
give them 5 shillings and they'll give you 4 pennies back. That's it.
My brain.
Whatever. Yeah,
I've got
indeed.
4 shillings and 5 pennies, so
Well,
on me
Perfect.
anyway. I could probably dip into the thing.
you,
Alright.
you're a couple pennies short. You just gave Ren some, so he'll throw it in.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 4
got
shillings,
it.
8 pennies. So
Oh.
he'll throw you the 3 pennies you're missing. It's the ones you
I'll-
just gave him.
Yep.
He throws them back.
Don't worry, I'll return it with interest.
Ooh. What's that mean?
I'll pay it back.
It means it's going to be an interesting payback.
He takes a moment to consider what you've just said and is now thoroughly confused as to what that could possibly mean and how that could be good. Still, speaking of how that could be good, the meal's brought around post-haste as a barmaid makes her way through the crowd. Bustling, what's the word? I can't remember the word now that I wanted, but barging her way through, as she has to elbow people out of her way and slip past as people either just don't move or some try to grab at her. The crowd is dense, and it smells of it in the air, reeking of alcohol, tobacco, and sweat. And, of course, seawater. But your food is brought, your drinks sat down, and Red was right. It's actually really good, especially given the establishment.
Huh.
This is definitely above average quality by a significant amount.
My goodness.
However, how do you guys feel about spices? Trick question. None of you have probably ever had them.
No. Yeah.
Make an average endurance test.
Oh no.
Average endurance.
Woo!
Yes.
Oh god, the dwarf! Oh god! Well, that's not
Oh god, you.
that's not unexpected though.
So, it's very mildly spicy, to the point where you don't notice while you're eating it, but as soon as it's gone down, the aftertaste is left on your tongue, and it begins to sizzle. Not literally, of course, but it's a shock compared to the much drier and simpler, hearty meals of the north. Ren seems to have literally zero issue, if he even notices. Same with Maximus. Ooh, funny tingle on my tongue.
Oh, beard, what is that? It's divine.
Some
What
sort of
is this hellish
spice.
thing? Not again! And he's gonna guzzle whatever he has to drink. Just to ease it. Even
Down
though it's-
goes the ale. Helping slightly. It's faint enough that you're able to wash it away by taking a few significant gulps. I don't know, it's just...
Master Dwarf, then?
Oh, go on, sorry.
Is this good, Master Dwarf? I wasn't able to savor it. The tankard of ale is what he's talking about.
By your standards,
It's interesting.
It's passable for Ungak.
Yeah, it's passable for Ungak.
What's an Umgak? Red
Yeah, is
says
that
with his
good?
mouth full.
It's a great question. I need to open up the.
Umgak is like,
Doesn't it mean
not-
inferior, but
it
they
means
only use it?
non-dwarvish craft, basically. Umgak literally translates to man-made, as in it's crap enough that a human made it and not a dwarf.
Pretty good.
It's pretty good for something not made by a dwarf, is what it means.
Ah, I think that's good.
That's high praise coming from a dwarf.
Ah, well there you go. Then, I suppose.
If it was made by a dwarf, there'd be a lot more cheese in it.
What's with the cheese? Do they like cheese?
They love
I've
cheese.
never heard of this.
Oh, I forgot. I wanted to do something for Alatok at the docks too. I forgot because of the other two encounters. Alatok.
Yeah.
Before you left, you also received a gift from your family.
Oh.
Piece of chuff. And for those
Nice.
unfamiliar or familiar, and for the audience, chuff is another dwarven term for a piece of cheese you keep under your hat for emergencies. It's a thing that miners will do when they go digging incredibly deep. They have backup cheese under their hats for if they get hungry. So anyways, you have a piece of cheese now. It's on your sheet. You can put it wherever you want. You can just leave it
Under
out
your
of a
hat.
bag if you want to actually have it under your hat.
Yeah, it's under his hat.
God.
Alatok, back me up. You
What?
people love the cheese, right?
Of course.
I'm quite fond of cheese myself, but
So, hey, if you want to try something real good, right? This is just ale. This is nothing. You know what Bilbali's famous for?
uh-oh.
What's it famous for, Run?
Making the best wine in the old world. Also, they say. Not much of a wine person, but you know, that's what they make here. They grow it and they age it in the caves. It's supposed to be the best. The best.
Have you, now young manling, have you ever heard of Bugman?
Well, but Bugman's in wine, ain't it?
No, but it's the best spirit there is.
I don't doubt it, but it isn't wine. And I suppose Bilbali wine might be Ungik, but you gotta try it.
Speaks to
I'll try it.
I don't think... ask, I guess.
Well,
Excuse me! He says, immediately hailing down one of the barmaids, yelling over everyone. Somehow his voice is high-pitched enough to go over the base of the burly sailors and call one down.
Well, Coswick, last time we tried getting Coraline for drinking money, she shut us down. Are you going to finance this little experiment?
The drinking, no, but considering we are in a port of call, well, actually,
It's a cultural experience.
yes. What I'm saying is, I will not support getting drunk. I will support drinking, as we are humans.
What? Giving that to use out of money, Mister.
Yes,
Master,
that
Mister,
is
Master,
a-
Wizard, Master Wizard. I could perhaps finance this endeavor, he says, pulling out 4 shoddy old shillings that have, like, bog water stained onto them. One between each of his fingers on his right hand. If you're willing to pay me back with interesting.
Oh, I am very interested in this. I'm quite fond of wines. Fond.
He will put them down on the table. A glass of your finest for each of us. As the woman stares down. Your finest isn't worth 1 shilling apiece, boy, she says, scooping it up. We'll get you a glass of the most suitable for your budget. As he smiles nonetheless.
Knew this was going to happen.
He's trying. He's
I
trying
should've
his
taken some
best.
gold.
He's trying.
So, you're each brought back a very small, like, snifter of wine. It's not much. It's more like a tasting amount than, like, an actual glass of it. You know, in some places at this point, you'd be able to get a mug or a full glass. It's more like in North America where they give you, like, a smidge in a glass. It's like that.
The bouquet.
However, what are all your thoughts on wine as characters, not as people? As people, we all know that wine tastes like garbage.
No.
Hey, watch it, buddy.
But do you actually like wine?
I like every variation of it besides the normal kind. So.
Well, I've only had the normal kind, so I can't actually comment.
Coswick enjoys wine, and because he's a noble, and I think yeah. So he'll actually do the whole like sniffing it and like swirling it around and then getting a little bit. He'll go through the whole shebang.
Right.
Wine's fine. It's just too expensive.
Alright.
Can't afford it on a soldier's diet.
You have evaluate, any of you.
I do.
Yes.
Coswick?
No, I can get it in my next career.
What is all of your consume alcohol skills? Not the ranks, like the total.
54.
33.
26.
Jesus Christ.
I'm a wizard, dude.
No belts.
Sorry, I missed. But belts is what, 53?
54.
54, okay. And... Sorry. and Krause's?
33.
Okay. Krause, challenging evaluate. Coswork, I'm gonna let you make it as a challenging intelligence test just because of the fact that, you know, he's rich and it kind of makes sense. And it's an average evaluate for the dwarf because he has 50 or more consume alcohol. These are rules from Death on the Reich for sampling, like, wines from the cargo rules.
In that case, can I argue noble blood would come into effect?
No. It's status literally. I'm letting you make it at all. Ooh!
Ah, man, you did it anyway.
Cosmic, Alatok. I mean, okay, well, we'll start with Kraus. Kraus, that's wine. You're not really... Your palate is not, precise enough to make out anything specific. Alatok, Johannes. Once again, Ren might be a little bit delusional when it comes to his optimism, but he is not a liar. Even the fact that this cost a shilling is still remarkable. This is their cheap wine. This is amazing. This is the kind of thing you could have expected to pay 4 shillings for, like, a glass of.
Maybe I should buy a manor here. After we're rich.
I don't know, bruv. Tastes like wine. But weren't you looking for something for your pops back home?
Yeah.
But he prefers the spirits.
Oh, come on. You gotta get him a bottle to try.
That would be an expenditure from... Yes, but Barnes, go...
I could go.
We don't speak Estalia.
I speak Italian, I could go.
No, we don't. We need you here, Ren. That's what I'm saying.
He scratches at his head a moment, thinking about it. Oh, yeah. Just... If they ask, say, no hable Estalia.
Yes, that will go over well.
He gives you 2 thumbs up, and he's already getting up to go.
Oh. Just be back quick, alright?
He gives you a salute and goes off quick. He is incredibly fast. It's remarkable. As he's making his way out the door, you do catch one last thing from him as you hear, "Oh, excuse me, sir," as he makes his way around someone.
Coswick is quick to look back behind him and see.
Very well, wherever he is.
Excuse me, princess.
Octorok!
You were saying?
He's gonna... I don't know where he's situated in relation to the door, but he wants to look and
I
see.
mentioned you guys were kind of stuck in the middle of the room, like in a poor seat, because you guys are some of the last here.
Fair enough, yeah. He just wants to see who he talked to. There are no coincidences.
You're correct. Making his way in and around Ren is the man from the docks, still armed and armored with his assistant in the robes.
What does he want?
He makes his way in with the click of his heeled boots and the jingle of spurs. The place goes quiet, as, well, roll an easy intuition.
Everybody?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, party pooper.
God damn it.
You're too focused on the fact that this can't be coincidence to actually look around the room and see the thoughts and feelings going on, but the other two of you are able to tell very distinctly that even among this crowd of hardened sailors and probable pirates and privateers, this man is enough alone to strike fear into most of them. So,
Don't worry. I'll handle him.
he makes his way in with his assistant and begins to look around.
Might not be after us.
We're over here.
We haven't done anything yet, Master Wizard.
What? Yes, we haven't done anything.
He stares into your eyes and says, mostly looking at you but occasionally addressing the crowd, "I have it on reliable information that cultists lurk among you."
Oh.
See?
Oh!
This
Oh!
is a big place with a lot of business. We're not the only ones in town.
What's your name, sir? He's completely ignoring Kraus.
Ah,
He looks at you again. "Inquisitor Salvador Andoja."
You see... And he's gonna stand up. What I have in my repertoire of spells, if you would be so kind as to lift that restriction you've placed, I can read the intent of man. So, if that's something you're interested in.
Roll a very hard charm test.
Don't worry, guys, there's a point to this.
looks like you could only make an enemy of every man in this room. We haven't even gotten our drinks yet.
Yeah, we did.
That's true, you did. We haven't even gotten our third drink yet.
Exactly.
Will Noble Blood help with this?
Yes. Plus 10 forward and you can apply Noble Blood.
Oh, plus 10, excellent.
You are higher status than him because you have Noble Blood.
Not gonna really matter, I expect. Didn't think so.
Sit down.
Worth a try.
He snaps his fingers, and instead of his assistant coming to his side, as he's already there, a group of watchmen file in. 6 of them. Search them, he says, pointing at you and your party first.
This again? You just... It hasn't been like an hour!
As for the rest of you, and he begins to go on a sanctimonious rant, speaking of Holy Mimedia's guiding light and of... You get the idea. He does so eyeing up the crowd, clearly looking for any sign of faltering weakness in all of them. He even goes up to the woman that bumped into Kraus on the way in, looking her over as she's still sitting there with a cloak in the corner. Suspicious enough to draw his attention. However, Kraus,
Hey there.
you're being patted down a little bit too heavily around the coin purse, too. As just midway through you dismissing it with a hey there, he stops. Reaching into one of your pouches and pockets, namely the one that keeps your powder and all that, he reaches in and procures something unfamiliar to you. It jingles gently on a metal chain. Simple tin, maybe even. It's cheap, whatever it is, but it bears some sort of mark on the end you're not familiar with. It looks like a religious symbol, almost similar to the prayer beads the man had around his belt.
Not the symbol of Shalia?
No.
Oh.
You don't recognize it at all. Oswick.
Yes.
Challenging lore magic.
The second side help at all?
No.
Okay.
You don't recognize what it is, but you do recognize it as some kind of occult fetish.
Oh, drat.
Know what's going on? What are you shoving in my pockets?
He says something in Estalian as you are unfortunately not without Ren. And the Inquisitor makes his way over. You'll be coming with me. He says
moment,
with a
good sir.
smile. He looks over to you.
If I... Oh, wait. If you'd like, I can read the intent of this man to see if he is a cultist.
How convenient.
I could read it of anyone here. But this is one of my men, and he did not have that aboard the ship.
And this reading of intent, does it give me any assurance that you're not simply going to choose whatever answer you fancy?
Let me look in my book.
Rest assured, the Empire beats strict standards into their sanctioned wizards.
As do we. In fact, I think
We
you'll
can
be...
attest to their reliability.
He takes a moment, putting a hand on your back, almost around your shoulder. And you were a soldier, yes?
Formerly a captain of the Imperial Army. Rifles.
And judging by that lowly accent of yours, I'm sure you're familiar with the Cat of Nine Tails, and just how good it can be at extracting information.
As I have never been the subject of a flogging myself, I understand.
Speak quickly, wizard, or you'll be joining him.
Good news. Well, I cannot lie, just legally, so there is that to consider.
He does not seem impressed.
And I suspect you don't want me to use my magic on you either. Which would be the only other proof I could give you.
He frowns, signaling his answer again in silence.
Yes. What a surprise. Can I do it regardless to see if he is? If he is, of course, by all means, you'll take him away. I don't want him on board that ship.
You
If
may,
he's with you.
he says, taking a step back, as, for simplicity's sake, 4 of the guards come and point their spears right at your neck, as you are free to do so.
Yes, don't worry, this is not that showy. I would request you make sure nobody leaves, though.
The servant goes to shut the door. Monk, or whatever he is.
And fucking
To summarize for you. The assistant. It's Sancho Panza. Whatever.
the fucking temp.
Not the order, he's just here to pay his wages. I don't care about all this.
Alright, is it challenging or average when you're not in... Okay, it's always challenging no matter what?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm channeling first if I didn't say that.
You did not.
Okay, well I'm channeling. Act 2, karam! Uh-oh.
Oh,
I desperately need to reroll that. Because I have the visions thing.
Oh yeah.
Screaming about demons probably ain't great right now.
Forgot about that.
oh, there we go.
That's-
Okay, I'm making progress. Give me a minute.
That's not bad. He's like, oh, this is... Well, perhaps if you'd back up a little, I could do it better. To the guards.
Roll a difficult chart test, just to humor it.
Batu, Barada, Nikto.
Alatok, what are you doing while this is going on? You've been silent.
He's slowly moving his gun into his hands.
Roll. You have sleight of hand? I doubt it.
Nope.
Yeah, make a difficult dexterity test. Huh.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, they don't seem to notice.
once it's in his lap, he's gonna cock it.
If you're cocking it, that they notice, as once you cock the hammer, one of the guards turns towards you, spear ready to thrust through your chest.
It's already aimed at his chest.
Steady now.
That's manly.
Steady now.
I'm taking this as a disrespect. You've already made an enemy of the dwarfs. Let's just hope that none make their way over here.
Don't be certain I've accused you of nothing, Master Dwarf.
Well,
But I am now to accuse you of threatening an officer of Mamidia's Holy Inquisition. There are a few graver crimes.
Hello, Karam.
oh,
I'm just saying random shit.
Lower the gun.
Master Dwarf, I've got 4 spears aimed at my neck. This is hard enough. He's more annoyed that he's feeling.
he's gonna lower the gun and he's gonna pull out his writing kit.
Is this
Yes,
going
yes.
in the book?
He says something in Estalian as while you're writing in the book, the guard instead leans his spear up against the table and goes to manhandle your hands behind your back, pulling out his manacles.
What the hell?
Would you like to contest this?
Yes, I will contest this.
Alright.
Oh, why'd you do that? Now we're going to be here all day.
Just a strength test.
Yes, I'm just checking if they have... Okay, they do have strength and career.
I'm just
I
gonna.
just wanted to check to make sure. Alright, yep, challenging strength.
Oh, it's a,
Holy shit.
I'm gonna reroll that.
Okay, sure.
No, oh my god.
Oh no. Wait, it was a reroll! No, you did it right! It actually just...
Yeah.
It's a
You never do it
96!
from there.
Oh, I pulled my headphones out. I rolled my chair over them.
Oh boy.
Oh my god, okay.
He was too worried about writing it in the book.
Yep.
Yeah, he's like,
You're
"No,
writing
let
it
me
in the
finish."
book as you're doing that, and you suddenly find your arms behind your back as you go, what the? And in a second, your face hits the book and is now stained with the ink. The grudge you were writing is now on your cheek.
That's poetic.
As the manacles
Alan, that
click
was a-
into place and you're pulled back up by your hair, you can see how he smudged the book now too. That's going in the book too.
That's it. That's a great mistake there, Manling.
So was threatening an officer. He says, smirking, clearly pleased to be doing this.
Yes, yes, you're both idiots. Let me do this.
Go ahead.
Alright, he's trying to cast it now.
Go ahead.
I've got 3 in the bank. And
Good luck.
This is Salvador. You have my full cooperation.
I'm re-rolling that.
But do you not have dwarves in this land? You understand their prideful nature.
Of course. Their prideful nature does not pit them above the laws of our people and lands, that of our holy king.
Oh my!
You keeping that, or are you taking corruption?
Oh man,
This could
it'd
be really
so
funny.
if I kept it. I know. Okay, he's going to. Alright, I'll keep that, and he's going to be casting, and then he's going to be like, just shut up, Gross! All of you, just shut up! Please! Like midway through casting.
I'm gonna give you access to the table rather than have you. Well, no. I like to mess them sometimes just for fun. Roll a d100.
Okay. I would like to see the table just to see what the
Yeah,
others
sure.
If that was also 100, that would have been fucking.
Alright, you should all have access to them under tables in the Winds of Magic folder. I must check. Was it It's always a minor miscast until you, the spellcasting test, is it like a successful one? Major miscast. I'm trying to figure out what triggers the major one.
I don't know.
No, it's minor if you fumble still. Alright. 31. As you yell, there is a sudden gentle thunderclap. Just the sound of lightning breaking that barrier around you. As momentarily your hair is frazzled, and your clothes begin to levitate as if pulled up by the wind of Azir itself towards the sky, until they suddenly snap and begin to wrap around you.
Oh, what? So does he like fall over, or is he like?
You have an entangled condition as your clothes are basically possessed by a mind of their own and attacking you. Your belts are tightening. Your laces are trying to tie together. In an instant, the Inquisitor snaps, drawing his sword and yelling, "Seize them all!" As you're next for the cuffs, if you would. You get one chance to try and resist the entangle first.
Alright, what would I roll for that?
Man, this is embarrassing. Compose yourselves.
Lucky for you, it rolled -6 because it only has a strength of 10. So you're out. You managed to pull it. You managed to pull away from it, but just as you do, you suddenly find yourself being restrained by much stronger, larger people. Are you going to resist being cuffed?
Yes.
All right.
I just think it's not gonna do anything.
Well, they have to grab you first in this case. No, we'll simplify it. You can either roll dodge or you can skip straight to challenging strength. I'll give you the choice.
Oh, he's gonna go for dodge.
If you do, you can try and break for it.
Challenge. Right. Damn.
Challenging strength.
The song is making me angry.
The song's fault?
Yes.
Fair enough.
It's gotta go. Unhand me, do you have any idea who I am?
The Inquisitor steps over as you are pushed against the table and your hands bound without any real resistance. I do. That's precisely why you're coming with me.
You're a fool.
Roll entertain, challenging, to see if you can taunt him. I'll give you the chance.
Entertain what?
Challenging.
Oh. What's with the 70s, dude?
It wasn't that great of a decade. It is dismissed wholly. And the group of you, taken away. Will there be any further resistance or escape attempt?
Every time we just...
Kraus understands the chain of command,
Dwarf.
and will not put up any fuss.
Johannes is gonna whine the entire time.
Halatalk, are you gonna try and get out or anything?
No. He's going on about how it's going in the book and it's...
You're gonna have to open a book.
Never forgive mistakes or forgive grudges, and eventually it's gonna get being repaid.
You are... You know, just for humor's sake, roll a hard intimidate test to convince them that this is a bad idea. See if you can convince, like, some of them to loosen their grip, you know? Just for fun.
Oh, no.
No, you're staying put. Alright.
Like 4, 9.
Well, lucky for you guys, I'm changing the song if that is actually the curse. I'm going back to the other one. As you
Could
are...
I roll one more time now that the song's changed? as a joke.
Sure, as a joke. I'm not gonna keep it.
Yeah.
Well, I might if it's like a crit or something for fun.
Difficult or hard?
Still hard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's better.
Wasn't the song? It's just Spanish.
It's
Yep.
just Spanish.
Thanks, blind.
Ay.
He's not from.
Yo no
Hey,
he hecho nada. No me puedo
If
hablar.
only you noticed that whatever
That
your
woman.
perception test.
Well, if someone didn't draw their gun,
Yeah, no, this is on you, Alatok. You're gonna.
I mean, I don't know what you want from him.
He's
Just sit there.
He's certainly escalated it. I wouldn't say it's his fault. The
Uh,
miscast probably would have gotten us here either way. but
yeah.
but
Everyone's
in
at
narrative,
fault
it
for
was
their
partially
own
his fault there
share.
was a miscast, so I guess.
I thought it was gonna be a major one. I didn't know that it was. So what's a major one then? How do
If
get a
you would
major
roll
one?
the major... I don't know. You either have to open-end up on the minor, or you have to... Or you either open-end on the minor, like if you roll, like, I think 96 to 100, it goes on to major. Or... let's see. Anytime you double up on a minor miscast, it goes to major. And major seems to pop up more for dark magic casting, or when you're in like a storm of magic or anything like that.
Mhm. Okay.
The they made major much more rare with Winds of Magic, thankfully.
That's a shame. There's some scary ones in there.
There is, but there's also some really funny ones in minor. I'm okay with that.
What if he had spoiled all the booze in that entire establishment?
That
dude?
and the town famed for its wine. Oh
Yeah.
god! Has
They
to
would've
pay out like
executed
pay out all his gold to pay back all the merchants.
or we
jeez.
just never come back here ever again.
So, speaking of never coming back here ever again, you are taken away towards the Temple of Mamidia and brought into the Inquisition's dungeons. You're all locked away. You each have your own cell with a door, and nothing more than simple barred windows on the door. It's dark. It's dank. You're offered nothing but to sit on the cold floor. You can call out to each other, though. You're all in cells next to or across from each other.
Did they take all of our stuff?
Yes.
Or what's going on with that? Okay.
Not your robes, because those are your clothes. Otherwise, they've taken your things. This is all assuming you have yet to resist, of course.
He's certainly not going to.
Altac's going on. If you break that weapon of mine, there will be unbelievable hell to pay.
I'll give you
It'll
another.
be the world's
You know what?
biggest diplomatic incident.
Yeah.
Another challenging intimidate.
I'll roll another.
World War beard.
War beard. I mean, it's called the War of the Beard, the old elven
Yeah.
one.
I know, that's
No.
what I'm saying.
World
That's
War
-5.
That's great. All right. Now, he laughs derisively. Going in the book. So,
Yeah, well, it is. That's his response.
so you're left there. Your threat's unheeded. Your arms sore. You're still cuffed, hands behind your back.
Alright.
How are we doing? This is to you guys.
Could be better. Could be worse. You didn't explode, so good job, lad.
No, I didn't.
Were you intending to cause the thunderclap?
No. You could all just shut up and let me cast and sat there quietly. None of this would have happened.
Forgive Alatok, he was just trying to defend my honor.
I don't care about the honor. I was going to prove your innocence.
Magic wouldn't have proved anything.
I don't want to hear anything from you, Master Dwarf. Why would you pull a gun on the local authorities?
Lads,
Because-
it's going to be fine.
They were insulting my friend, who was basically a member of my clan.
We could have gotten an apology once I proved his innocence.
Oh, they'll have to apologize. It's an apology or else there's gonna be massive diplomatic problems because of this.
An innocent man is a fearless man. Salvador will get his pound of flesh from me, see that there is no wrongdoings, and we'll be on our way. Well, maybe there might be problems with you, wizard, causing a magical kerfuffle.
That was hardly a kerfuffle.
I'd call that a kerfluffle.
Would you, Master Dwarf?
I
I'd call
would.
pulling your gun.
I'm sure Salvador will see the light of reason, and
Light.
things can
Yes.
be mediated.
Yes, light, of course.
And he's gonna try to cast light.
Go for it.
Kerchoo.
Please.
I've never
God.
understood your manling gods.
Damn it.
Oh, we're foreigners in a
He's
foreign land.
They're still arguing, and it's just.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get this.
I hate it here.
Isn't Talia, Mamidia supposed to be the goddess of justice and fairness or something?
Yes, that's why we're going to be proven innocent.
Exactly, there's nothing
I
to
just
fear.
like to
You
not be
trust the
tortured
manlings
first.
too much.
That's whatever. What was his name? Whatever. He had the
Salvador?
shining light of that goddess on
Yeah.
his belt.
You have to go to...
Brief pause. I'm just curious, is there like a... Can you communicate with your familiar anywhere that you are? Is that how it is? Or what?
No.
Okay.
I think that's the
Alright,
animal ones. You can develop that ability at least within a short range. You used to be able to in second edition. I think you could train them.
Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, you could train them to do things like that in second edition. I'll think about it.
What was I saying?
You were trying to cast light?
I failed. No, after that.
Okay.
I was just gonna banter. Oh, we were talking about the goddess. And the light on his belt.
I'm sure if Mamidia can see us innocent, Salvador will also see us innocent.
I was going to do that. Next time you pull a gun on somebody, make sure that I'm way over there.
Fine.
And do not tell anybody that we were arrested here.
No, it's
What are you talking
Let's
about?
get
This is
to
gonna
back
make
to
a
the
great
clan.
story.
I do.
this is going back to the clan. This is gonna be a
No.
it's gonna be a
Don't tell my parents,
well.
please.
I won't tell your parents, but
Oh, they're gonna hear
Yeah,
about it one way or the other.
the diplomats are for sure gonna hear about this.
I'm very happy for you, Master Dwarf. That was a very nice wine, though. How much do you think I'd have to pay one of them to bring me some more?
What,
With how
prisoners
much
rate?
with how much they charge us for just coming to this damn city. Probably the rest of your gold.
That's a very good point, actually. Maybe I'll just buy a bottle on our way out. So how did that end up in your pouch?
I must have been that lady that bumped into me on the way in. Thought she was just being rude. She didn't rob me. That's why I didn't think of anything of it.
That makes sense.
well.
Curious. Curious.
I'm used
Why
to more
would-
pressing matters like charges and gunfire and the like. Not being assailed by violent women.
Are you certain? Your wife seems a little... Never mind.
She could get much worse.
I believe it.
So.
So,
So.
suck.
Time shall come to pass,
Mm-hmm.
in which the Inquisitors return. There's a heavy chunk of the iron keys turning the lock to Krause's cell, as he's to be taken away and interrogated. Have you any
course.
parting words?
Just tell them anything that they'd ask. Please.
I intend to respond with the truth and honesty and let judgment see me right. Go on, lads. Lead the way.
Now, it's here that you find that, for the fact that Myrmidia holds such a strong place in the Estalians' hearts, and the Inquisition such a stranglehold on its laws and customs, that you're not exactly taken to a priest of Verena to hear your rights. Instead, they prefer the approach of guilty until proven innocent, and you're taken straight to a chamber where you are strapped and your shirt stripped, and the cat of nine tails brought out. Straight to the
not even
torture.
questioning. Okay.
The torture
Understood.
begins first, and the questions come after. You are to know they are serious.
Can I
So-
get us a pint of rum or something before we begin?
Well, challenging charm test.
Challenging charm, please. No.
You're given only something to bite down on.
Good enough. Begin.
Please roll a difficult endurance test.
Oh no.
Please roll a 69 or something.
I
That'd be
haven't.
so funny.
I haven't taken tenacious yet. Is this important?
This is relative to the pain of the torture.
Okay, all right. It hurts. It's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
You're not gonna deny that.
If it's bad enough, it will include psychologies lasting from the torment.
Right.
So know that before you choose whether or not to reroll.
Hmm.
But it is contested against their ability to do so.
-5 is pretty rough, but I only have one more fortune.
Of course.
I would save it.
Yeah. I'll keep it. Okay, but
Well, for your information, it's a total of -3. So they rolled really bad. Not as bad as you. So the lash comes down, and in that you are inflicted with 9 minus your toughness bonus wounds. No armor
Ow.
for obvious reasons. Following that, could you make a very easy endurance test?
very easy.
Yeah.
Mercy. These rolls.
Alright, and you walk away with a fatigue condition as well, recovering from the bleed.
Okay.
You got all that
Yeah, it's
now?
weird. I have this encumbrance that won't go away.
Let me figure out what it is. Actually, I'll do it.
Because, like, I've put the stuff away in the inventory, but my...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that's correct.
Whereas 6 and 7. I see the
Uh,
gun, the axe, the plate.
Backpack and the water skin and all that. The weight of the bags.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah, I just left my backpack in the storage, the whole thing.
Either way, not important. So,
Okay, alright.
now for the psychological part.
Mhm.
Roll an average cool.
Average pool.
You hold to your word. You tell them nothing but the truth and not what they want to hear. You stand firm and stubborn in their face until you are dragged back to your cell, exhausted and bloody with your shirt stained on the back as it clings to your wet flesh. The door is locked, and the guards begin to walk away, as the two of you now know that he's back, and they don't come for you, thankfully.
Hey, guards! Investigate the cloaked woman. Tell that to your superior.
Roll a D100. They don't answer. You can only hope that you're being heard.
How was it, Kraus?
You are left with no psychologies or anything, but it was horribly painful, as you can tell by the wounds and fatigue, but you'll recover quickly.
Just lying on my face, staring at the ground. Hot. A lot. But I'll be fine.
Out of curiosity, how much is that of your wounds proportionately?
That was yeah,
it's exactly
check
half.
that out. You can check that out.
Exactly half your wounds. Same as getting stabbed quite firmly.
Youch.
I'll live.
I do hope so.
It was more torture than interrogation, which is quite unfortunate.
Yes, well, that's just how they do things here, apparently.
Alright, sir, these are manlings, not... is the word for elf.
Elgi.
Elgi. Sure, these are manlings and not Elgi?
Yeah, they would have taken more pleasure in it. They didn't seem to be salivating.
Gross.
That you could see.
So, time will pass. Not a great deal, only a matter of hours, but it's late into the night, and it wouldn't be surprising if you'd started to go to sleep, if you can, on the hard floor. Do you intend to do so?
If there's a chance to sleep, I'll sleep.
Alright.
Quality of a good soldier sleep in any condition. Rain, sleep, snow, or mud.
Isn't a good soldier, and he's very nervous, so he'll probably stay awake.
Alright. Alatok?
Oh, reminds me of sleeping in the workshop. It'll be... It's just a lot... It's not as hot in here.
Well, the workshop had a roaring fire to keep you.
If you intend to sleep, make a challenging endurance test. This is to get any rest at all.
Challenging endurance. No!
You don't get any worse, Kraus, but you're not recovering anything. Alatok, you sleep relatively normal. You've slept in hardier conditions. You're a dwarf. Stone is fine.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Cosmic, for staying up, you just take a fatigue. But you may stay awake through the night, as you hear the occasional person come or go. You realize you're not alone in these cells. There are people in other ones, but it doesn't seem to be bursting at the brim or anything. You wanted to try and call out to figure out who else is there, you could, but...
Is a little curious, but like, are they just quietly sobbing, or are they just like sitting quietly?
No one has anyone else to talk to, so you hear the occasional cough or other such noise that indicates people are there, and some are dragged away at times. In one specific case, you don't hear him ever come back.
Yeesh.
Oof. So, what are you in for?
There's no answer for a moment. Before you hear two people go almost in sync. You talking to me?
Somebody talk. Anybody?
Roll a D100. One person's in there for bad-mouthing Mermidia.
What'd she ever do to you?
That's it.
It's...
I'm just a, you know... What was I gonna say? What's his name?
Who?
I'm trying to remember... No, hold on. I just slipped my mind. No, this is a terrible time for it.
No!
Give me hints.
No, I can find it. His answer is nothing, but I'm a Carnus man myself, which you don't recognize the name of.
Who?
King of the Wild, go to the hunt. Which you're easily able to piece together. Oh, he's talking about Tal.
Oh, okay.
It's a different name for it.
Ah, yes.
It
My
sounds
brother.
rustic in his accent.
Ah. What brings you here?
Trading with the city. Simply didn't show as much deference as they preferred, so they're investigating whether it's Carnos or something darker that I hold to, he says with a clear chip on his shoulder.
Yes, well, I'm no great follower of anyone in particular. They have all, they all have their place.
They didn't used to be like this, you know.
Oh?
Things have been harsh lately. There are whispers. It's all for show, in a sense. To make sure that people know that the Inquisition still stands firm.
I suppose they can't take chances, but where does that leave us?
Right here. Nowhere worse to be.
Mm-hmm. What's your name? You just say some random shit.
It's bad.
Smart.
I have the name generators up.
Fair enough.
Just have to figure out
All
which
of them.
tab.
So where are you from? Could you say his name? Oh, thank you.
There you
So
go.
where are you from?
Gaspard.
Oh, he would introduce himself first as Johannes Coswick.
Yeah, like I was
Von
just-
Outlook.
Do-do-do-do. What this? Oh, it's got an S on the end. What this?
And where's that?
To the south and east.
Yes,
Inland in the foothills, not along the rivers.
Your Reich is quite good.
I come to the city to trade often with the sailors. They need fresh food, and I know how to preserve.
Yes.
There's a salt mine not too far in the hills that we get it from.
Good rates there?
Barely. Of course, if I get out of here and they give me my stock back, I can ensure you a good one for keeping my poor self company in the air.
Well, I'd offer much the same, but I have little to offer except a glimmer into your future. I'm a wizard.
Ah, that would explain a lot. And just to be clear, you're not a witch.
No, I am licensed by the colleges of magic in.
Yes.
Yes.
Hmm.
Although they did take my license, so I suppose I can't really prove it to you.
Well, I'll shake your hand if we get out of here, and if I still have it by then.
Yes, I would like to keep my hands.
We've done nothing warranting the theft of a finger.
Ah, good.
So, time passes. Long time. Until it's roughly morning. You're fed some simple gruel for food. But it's not long thereafter, while you're still just barely finishing up your meal, that someone comes, a god, and says you have visitors.
Oh no. All of us are.
As a group.
Okay. Oh yeah, are we still manacled like behind our backs or in front now, or what's
Yes.
up with that?
It's in your front now.
Okay.
Caroline must be worried sick about you, Master Wizard.
Oh no.
Oh no!
You get a call from Gaspard, who basically just says good fortunes before they come in.
Thank you, Gaspard.
So, in cometh the distinctive click of heels and then a clearing of the throat, and you can only assume the adjusting of glasses follows as Caroline stands outside your cells. Oh, this is quite the mess, isn't it?
It wasn't me, it was them.
I don't
tell
want to
the
hear
parents.
anything.
Let's not go pointing
Your
fingers. I wasn't assuming
It went
it.
awry.
Oh, okay.
You pulled the gun on them!
They insulted my friend's honor and my honor.
Holding onto the bars with his face like right next to it, trying to like yell at him directly. Never mind.
Keep your temper, Coswick. It's unseemly.
Well, here I was assuming it was all a misunderstanding. You pulled a gun on them.
It is a misunderstanding, lass.
Allegedly. He's quick to change the
Well, they've seen fit to ask me a fair few questions about my involvement and kept me up into the wee hours of the morning. But I've had time to speak with the priestess of Arena and arrange at least some sort of fairness in all of this Southland cruelty. Now, however,
Tell the priestess that this is going in the butt. And there will be. This grudge will be
Alatar, give it a rest, please.
You can tell her yourself when you're out of here if you're lucky. Now, there is someone who would like to speak to you. Someone who's heard your case and has a might bit of sympathy.
Oh.
I'll send her in to explain for herself. As she takes a few steps back and knocks on the door into the segment. Go ahead.
Carolyn,
Yes?
there was a woman with a cloak, and we think she put that thing into Krause's pouch.
Yes, they
I
have. They
would've been-
relayed. They've been looking
I
for
would've-
her, but it's just not too much to go off of.
At least they tried.
Inquisitor Salvador might remember her face. He was staring right at her.
He was.
He was.
Mhm.
I'll
Oh,
have
that was
to.
a character.
I'll ask if I can, but they're only slightly more trusting of me just because I wasn't there. So, the door opens, and someone else enters. So, in enters another woman. She follows through the halls with the distinct air of being out of place. She's well composed, but smiling. Young, incredibly beautiful, and clearly rich. She's dressed like a noble, and given the nature of Bilbali, that means she is dressed like the finest of nobles of the Reichland, no matter her standing. Even the commoners dress to impress. She's nothing short of that out of a painting, absolutely stunning, as she looks between all of you with her hands folded in front of her. I sure do
Hello.
hope that your stay has not been too dour, and I must apologize for the welcoming that my people have given you.
I would have rather spent time with the Elgi.
And
Damn Southerners.
Alatar, you don't mean that.
I do.
believe me, I understand how harsh
Oh.
of a criticism that is, and I am very sorry for the injustice that has been thrust upon you. My name is Manuela Velasco de Barboza. I am
Manuela.
I am of a noble family, not native to the region, but we live here now. And I've come to offer my support for a price. A simple one, I should hope would be easy for you to pay.
What is it?
I want to go with you.
Oh, I knew she was going to say that. I haven't seen the wind in so long. Can you give me an hour outside?
Come with us. Do you understand the scope of our journey?
I do, and I understand that at the moment it ends in Samagrita. Santa Margherita. I've very personal reasons for wanting to go, but me and a small retinue of handmaidens and assistants and the like, I want you to take me with you. And more importantly, my family does not. In short, I want you to smuggle me out of here.
That's a very powerful enemy. I am of the Coswicks von Altdorf. I doubt you've heard of that, but I come from a noble family.
I'm afraid I have not. But I will insist it is only my doing, and that you knew nothing of it.
Yes, well, that's what we said about the cultist icon in my friend's powder pouch.
The Inquisitor is a good man.
Okay.
A zealous one, a pious one, and all too enthusiastic, but he has good intentions. If he sees you are truly innocent, then he will let you go.
Well, lass, I
I've heard
bet out
stories
my
of
heart.
some better LG.
I have bet on my soul and my body in the name of the truth. And here I am. Bloodied and battered.
And I dare say I think he believes you, but not enough to let you go. I can push him over the edge. If you're willing to do this for me.
Off the edge of a cliff.
No,
Don't be like that, Krause.
no.
Forgive my friend, he's a little rough around the edges and seldom thinks more than 2 seconds ahead.
That's fine. I confess a favor for such people. I do. I tire of my life. I want to see somewhere more exciting with people more like yourselves.
You remind me of my sister. Any
Look, it's a
opposition to
compliment.
helping her?
Sorry, what was that?
Any opposition to helping her? For you two.
If she has a death wish, she can come with us. With how this journey's been so far.
We're
Death
just
comes to
taking
us
her
all.
to Marguerite.
More takes its toll.
Don't be so fatalist. Everybody dies.
Precisely.
Doing fine, Alatark.
My point is, I would like to live before I die. And to do that, I need to get out of here and away from my awfully nagging parents. May Lydia bless them.
I'm going to have to do this to my sister, aren't I? Fine. In return for your help, we will escort you to Margarita, and I will read your fortune.
This is more than I asked for.
If you are going to get your throat slit, we will not take you.
No,
Don't you
it's
dare
not-
do that.
It's nothing so dire. Please, I will look into it. I suppose your maid here, she says to Carolyn, who very quickly frowns, very fleetingly at the suggestion.
Stewardess.
Right, apologies. I suppose she could relay to your captain and arrange spacing where we might stay and whatever is to come to pass of this. But it must be quick, quiet under the cover of night. But it's not likely to end up in any sort of crime charges or nothing. More likely just the ire of my parents, which I am deft at diffusing. Please, I brought you something as a token.
Is it bandages or strong drink?
The latter.
Oh!
Oh no.
Do you have cups? Which the answer is yes, you've been given water and such.
Yes.
She pulls out a bottle of wine.
Never mind, my interest is renewed.
You're each poured a simple cup of the wine, and she'll even wait around to give you seconds if you really want it. But this is not the shilling wine that you bought at the pub. This is the actual stuff of the nobles. This is the, quote, best... don't quote that. This is the, quote-unquote, best wine in the world.
Oh, heavenly. Oh yes.
And when
Oh,
you're
I
done,
wanted to do another evaluate.
go for it. Challenging evaluate.
Can I do the intelligence thing?
Yeah, sure. You don't have to. You guys are getting consistent results so far. Same goes for Alatok. You can make the average of Eval to wait if you want.
No,
Oh
I
right.
don't care about this wine anymore.
And
Fair
the
enough.
rest of the bottle for you when you're out.
Get me 2 bottles. I'm going to need it for my father as a souvenir. I'll of course pay you. I'm just yes.
No need. You've done enough. Or will have it anyhow.
Thank you.
As she begins to part, and Carolyn lingers a moment, saying she just wants a word. As the door closes behind her, Carolyn lets out a sigh. Well, that went better than I thought it would. I'm mixing the two accents, I can't do it.
I love that.
That was more distracting than I intended it to be, I'm sorry.
Pretty good. Better write these names down.
I've been sending them in the chat for you
I
guys to write.
Well, Caroline, I suggest you pour yourself a glass of that wine once this is all said and done for. You've deserved it. Putting up with this nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Is all she says, once struck speechless. I'll see to it that the captain has the space and understands and isn't going to charge us some kind of fear fare. Oh. What terrible times. I'll see you all soon, I should hope.
He's gonna sip the wine like a sulking child.
And so, many hours shall come to pass. What will you do with them?
Do.
You hear Al talk going over all the imperfections in the stonework. Complain about how solidly it's built.
Just punching the wall. I can break this.
Yep.
Do not punch out the walls,
Alatak.
Alatak.
Do not break out of prison. They're going to let us out. Please.
It's right here, though. It's so
I-
solidly built.
You can tell them. Or it's a flaw that your people can exploit when they tear this city to the ground. I don't care. Just stay there, please.
Gods, can I get my flute?
Roll a difficult charm test.
Do not give him the flute.
Contested difficult charm against Boswick's easy charm.
No.
I mean, would
Yes, you can apply noble blood.
it doesn't matter.
No, I know. It's an easy charm.
Oh,
Yours is easy, don't worry.
well, that'd be a -0 then.
Perfect. Well, yeah, they're not giving you that flute.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was
So you
close.
are left to be bored. Is there anything you intend to do with your day?
Oswick will steal a nap.
Maximus is gonna work out.
Yeah, you come out and you have the fucking like teardrop tattoos. And,
I don't know if I can go back on that ship. I'm acclimated to life in prison.
yeah. It's the system, man. They get you in there and then they don't get you out.
3 square meals a day, safe walls.
Frequent floggings makes the skin hard. So, anyways,
Altox just going to continue to. Yeah, Altox is going to continue to point out all the imperfections and how easy it would be to break out of this place and how steadily it's built.
Johannes is like still holding on to the bars of his cell, but he's like banging his head against them and like occasionally saying like, "Oh, that's well," and like answering his, you know, like providing a reason for why it's shit.
Process using the bars to do pull-ups.
so
I can't believe they didn't make this dolly accessible. The two
Get
bars
me here.
on its tiptoes.
that means it's not cross accessible either.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's okay, I can jump up.
Yeah, you can do pull-ups.
So, oh my god. So, from there, hours pass, and Coswick, you're awoken from your nap by the sound of the door opening once again. This time many pairs of footsteps come in, and there's the rattling of spears and clanking of armor. Your doors are opened.
Have we been squared away?
There before you is Inquisitor Salvador. Stand, he directs, making sure you all fall in line. Will there be any resistance fighting, etc.?
No.
No.
Inquisitor, this is going into Damas Kron and reported to the clan of elders.
Very good, he says, giving you acknowledgement for
fuck.
once.
Johannes is pinching the bridge of his nose.
So, you are taken out into the main temple, where you are brought before priests of Mamidia and Verena. Your sentence is read on the charge of heresy, not guilty. Your name has been cleared. Culprits were found.
What'd I tell you lads?
Culprits were found. You were not the only marks to have these symbols placed upon you. Those responsible have been caught. You may find them outside if you're so curious. That said, resisting arrest, threatening an officer of the Holy Inquisition, and, shall we call it, irresponsible magics, this has a punishment all its own. Kraus.
I would like to state that I did not resist at any point.
Precisely. You're free to go.
Salvador, can I shake your hand?
Absolutely. I trust you know it is nothing personal.
Of course. I respect you and your work.
We must be ever vigilant, he says, shaking your hand. You can roll an easy charm test, honestly, if you're being sincere.
Of course.
You make an average one if you're not.
Ah,
Don't lie to
here's
him.
a charm.
He smiles. You get him to crack one as he seems pleased. He is going to offer you, in exchange, a simple holy symbol from the temple to take with you and with your mark of Shalia. This should replace the ill-omened one placed upon you, and perhaps offer her protection in your journey. See it, and be strong in the face of evil.
Well, I'm going to need to be.
And of course, if you would ever like to know more about our Lord and Savior Mamidia, you can... you get the idea. They're more than happy to inform you.
Depending on how these sentences go, I might have time.
Johannes, your noble privileges reign supreme. While you have done this, committed this crime, it was under duress and not necessarily your fault, and they're willing to waive it because of your status and standing, and instead have you pay a fine.
Oh.
Roll 5d10.
Oh no.
Watch this also be fucking 90.
Mm-hmm.
But you can only get to 50.
I need 10.
There's a 9 in there, I knew it.
We'll round that up, 20 shillings.
Fuck!
Woo!
Fine of 20 shillings. You don't have to pay it literally right now because they know you don't have it on you because they took all your stuff.
Yep.
This will be taken from so on and so forth. In fact, I will do it right now.
Please do.
Right. Oh, that reminds me. Should I take the pay for Ren getting his shillings back out of it? How much interest is he getting on his shillings and pennies anyways?
He didn't know what interest was, so
How
So
much
none?
interesting is he getting?
Yeah, how many interestings does he get?
no, just an extra shilling. Fuck
Alright,
it.
fair. That's minus one. And his 3 pennies. Done. Oh boy, he says.
Johannes is like trying to find a way to blame him for leaving, but there's really nothing that would have happened if he had been there, so.
Perfect. So, he gets away scot-free, and Master Dwarf. Normally, such an offense would warrant death. However, in the face of the accusations, your unfamiliarity, and a general sense of lenience and good spirit, your sentence is reduced. You're going to be taken to the pillory and publicly flogged.
This is getting reported to Altdorf and the honor of my clansmen
They
disgraced.
know,
I
Alatar.
hear.
Caroline, would you write it for him while he's being flogged, please?
Caroline does so with a roll of the eyes, this time not with any enthusiasm, to be noting this down. As the priestess of Mamidia will say that, in reporting so, all you're doing is reporting that you committed a crime in foreign lands. Now,
Well, the crime is the tax we paid when we entered this city.
Telling me.
So, Alatar.
Yep.
Difficult endurance.
Okay.
On yours as well. You're able to grit your teeth through it to the same degree that Maximus was. Pained, but not not breaking. As you are flogged, your teeth grit to the point where your jaw aches after, and you take, I guess same as him, 9 wounds reduced by your toughness bonus, not armor,
Oh, okay.
as well as a fatigue.
Owie.
This is done in a public square, under full view of many people who come to witness this and hear the Inquisitors preach about, those who cross them and go against the will of not only Mamidia and the Church and the Inquisition, but also the Queen and the Crown of Bilbali.
The rest of my friends were found innocent.
You weren't innocent. I was just rich.
As
You did sort of draw your gun, Alatalk. I don't know what that was about.
There's really nothing we can do for you, dude.
I know. He's just stubborn dwarf.
this happens
I'm not saying.
where you are also able to see the accused, if you'd like. There's
Oh, is that
3 of
girl
them.
among them?
Nope. There's 3 men, all of them tattooed sailors who look like they're from the bar, all of them hanging from a rope.
Well, see? Look at that. That could have been us. But it wasn't.
Yes, fate works in mysterious ways. Ooh.
So,
Why do you
Oh,
think I
sorry, it
wasn't
wasn't a
worried?
fate you could foresee.
Yes, why do you think I wasn't so worried?
so
It would a spoiler, non-death.
I want you to roll together an easy haggle. Roll whoever has the most, assist as you see fit, so on and so forth. For convincing the captain to be generous with letting the woman and her companions come aboard.
Alright, I have haggle, but who has the highest haggle?
I've got 40.
Do it.
What do you have, Alatok?
He has,
Nothing.
he has dwarf fellowship.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Dwarves have the same fellowship as fucking Skaven.
Yep.
Like, it's bad.
I'm just gonna make it an average because I also have the fatigue still.
Yeah,
Just to
alright.
counteract it, make it easy.
Makes sense.
Ooh.
Hey.
Ooh. Alright. He
This is
likes
so
look, he likes you guys. You guys helped him get the crew together. Yeah, fine, they can just come. They'll stay with you guys or in the room you've rented from him, whatever. They can come, that's fine. He is not fussed about this, given that you've been through a lot and he doesn't feel like messing with you more. with that act of charity. Are you going to help them get aboard at all, or anything like that? They will be trying to slip on in the dead of night.
Yeah, is this something we need to coordinate? Do they require assistance?
Their goal is to basically sneak out to the docks at night. They'll be under heavy watch, so a distraction would help. Otherwise, might just take some bribes to get through. If you can think of anything more clever, then so be it.
I've got, I don't know about clever, but I've got a spell that would help.
Which is?
But it's a Sapphire Arch.
You mean a crime that would help?
The other option is to have a rowboat sent for them along the shores of the hills.
That sounds better just because there's going to be city patrols and all that.
Yeah.
At least that's Johannes's view.
That seems like the safest approach. I was gonna say have Avatalk or the Italians, cause a ruckus.
Well, one of you who would like to roll a blind GM roll on behalf of them to see what happens.
Johannes, I guess.
Do it. I'll be right back. Be right back. 1 second. Need to get the door.
Am I rolling a
I
blind?
should
Just
throw
a
my
blind.
drink too. Yeah, blind GM roll. Just 1d100.
It says blind GM roll. That right? That's what
Yeah.
you mean. Okay.
You don't see that, right?
I do not see it.
Alright, perfect.
But then I go into the stream and I see what.
Ooh, I'm deleting it then.
I don't even have it up.
I will be right back. We're going to call a small pause just for me to fill my drink and
Alright, we're
everything
back.
like that.
Oh,
Alright,
no.
well, I'm just stepping away to fill my drink and everything.
Yeah,
We're calling
okay,
a very
okay,
brief,
okay.
5-minute pause.
I might
Alright.
get some cereal.
Alright. All right.
Ready.
When is 6
Yep.
p.m. for you?
Like an hour and a half.
Perfect.
So you guys can
This
continue
was-
to play.
This was the
It's-
long one, so
No.
hopefully the rest of the journey. My goal is to get us to Lustria by the end. This was the long one. So, there we go. And we are back! So, Alatok,
Make sure to change the thingy.
I did. As you return to the ship, you are met by the Shalian priestess, or nun, rather, who will treat your wounds, as well as applying salves to them, wrapped in bandage so that you are not liable to catch an infection with open wounds like that. Between travel and
Miss. Is this gonna scar?
She's afraid so, yes.
Oh.
Thank you, sister. Oh, you're gonna see Alatok has a nasty scar across his chest. That's like I mean, just from his like shoulder, kind of like curved all the way down to like his thigh.
You'll ask after it.
This is what happens when you're teaching manlings how to use what's the three kind of like fire? That's an
Copher?
engineering weapon, right?
Oh,
The three cannon, like a thunder.
yeah, it's
no, not thunder.
it's three rotating ones, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Isn't that a Hell Blaster?
A
Blaster volley gun?
Hellblaster volley gun.
Yeah.
This is when you're teaching manlings how to use a Hellblaster volley gun being attacked by orcs. Actually, Maximus was there for that time.
I thought you were dead.
I thought I was dead too.
She insists that you're very fortunate and lucky to be alive in that case and this one. But surely the two of you are made of stern stuff and well blessed to have made it out of this with so little to pay. You may assume between travel and her treatments that you're both at full wounds by the time anything else happens.
Okay.
Yeah. Gary's not gonna like these wounds.
This
So,
nothing compared to working in a workshop.
So, just as you're parting Bilbali, under the cover of night and fog, a rowboat approaches, bringing with it the women, 6 of them, led by Manuela. Her included in the 6.
Good.
She approaches and has 2 of them quickly bring over something. A gift for you, good Lord Coswick, she says, leading it to the group of you, but presenting it to Johannes. It's a small crate.
Oof. Crouch ticket.
Lord Coswick.
It
Rough
clinks and jingles. Not like money, but like glass.
Perfect. Is this what I requested?
She nods.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And if and when you are to check inside, it is a...
It's poison.
It blows up, it's a bomb! It's not only the 2 bottles, it is a crate of several. Looks like a proper shipment that was meant to be, well, shipped out at some point. That seems to have been acquired for you. Even stamped with the mark of the maker on it.
I was in someone a little rebel. A whole crate. For little old us.
Us. This is a gift for my father.
The whole crate?
You do not know my father.
Calm now, Coswick. We bled for that wine.
And you did very well. Special occasions will crack one open.
Mhm.
Or 2. I'd like 2 for him, though. For certain.
Of course.
And so, with that,
Now we are ready to head for the horn.
you sail
Roll and go.
Who would like to roll 1d100 for the events?
Alright.
Uh,
I'll roll last, right?
Mhm.
For the last event thing? You want it, Belts?
I guess so.
Oh wait, no, we rolled them prematurely, right?
You're right, we did.
Yeah, yeah.
it was belts though.
Soon we'll be driving away down the hill to me rollicking randy dandy o. Heave up all and heave away.
Nothing overt happens, however, you're able to find out from the captain and crew that you're being slowed in your progress as the winds are erratic and shifting. Of course, as you're paid per day of travel, this might come out of your money. That's all, though. Nothing actually goes wrong other than the fact that the trip is delayed a matter of days, if that. And you sail around Estalia southbound. I need a challenging endurance test from all of you.
Challenging endurance.
My fatigue gone now.
No!
Yes,
Oh.
you may recover your fatigues first.
Okay.
It's bad! Very well for the dog.
Yes. Make it hard for the dog.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Alright, all of you, except Kraus and Blitz, are at stage 1 of heat exposure. Kraus and Blitz are at 2.
oh, so.
You are sat on the deck of the ship, sweating bullets. The sun beats overhead mercilessly, about as wrathful as Mamidia, who embodies it. It feels like her spear thrust straight into your heart. Your sweat may as well be you bleeding to death at this rate. It's awful. It's miserable. It's unlike anything you've experienced in the Reichland. The heat can get upwards of... Oh yeah, you all use Fahrenheit. You're all American. Hold on. The heat can get upwards of 104 Fahrenheit in bad weather.
Wow.
Hmm.
You're used to hot being like 77.
Crit.
That's 25 Celsius is hot for you normally, and 40 degrees is what it can get to here for like people who use real measurements.
Celsius is for science, Fahrenheit is for people.
I would agree if we were talking about imperial versus metric, but we're not. Fahrenheit's just stupid. I'll give you guys imperial. Feet and yards are better than centimeters and crap.
Hold this L though.
Fair enough. So, blistering heat as you pull into the port of Copher. The spice port, as it's called. Spice brings back bad memories of the burn on your tongue and the rumble in your intestines, but you're told that, more importantly, it's of incredible value if you were to get a hold of some.
This is not that kind of expedition. Not steal spice. He's glaring at Kraus and Alatok.
You mean establish trade relations?
You may establish good trade relations.
Speaking of, how many of you are going to actively engage with Manuela or anything?
Coswick is delighted to have proper company.
Alright,
Well,
roll.
Manuela's nobility, but like, who are her retainers? Who did she bring along with her?
Would you like to make familiar with them?
Wait, is she? I thought we were taking her to Magrita.
Yeah, you are. You have plenty more time. You're taking her to Santa Margherita, not Magrita.
Oh, Santa.
The difference is, Magrita is the southern kingdom of Estalia. Santa Margherita is their colony in Lustria.
Oh,
That's your final destination is Santa Margherita.
I was entirely mistaken.
Still,
would not
if you'd like to make any proper conversation with her, you may do so in form of gossips and so on, or you can, more importantly, roll a difficult perception test.
I'd love to. Oh, it's really hot.
Ooh, it's hot.
Second sight.
Yes.
Etiquette nobility.
No.
It's too hot. It's blinding.
Hey.
We'll talk. Are you gonna try?
No.
Alright, fair enough. Johannes. You spend enough time with Manuela, who seems to very much appreciate the company of someone who isn't a drunken sailor. In fact, can you roll an average charm test? No plus 10 for your status. You're the same status. You both have noble blood.
Oh, would noble blood count for the success bonus?
Yeah, etiquette nobles would though.
It's etiquette nobility actually.
Oh,
Holy
She
shit.
seems utterly enraptured with your company. She's fascinated by you, your work, your magic, everything. She wants to know all about it.
My God.
You're of great interest to her. That said, you're able to notice things among her retainers. They're an interesting sort. Not all of them are clearly servants. Others seem to be friends. There's one she's particularly fond of. She says simply that it's her best friend. Very dismissed. Can you roll a challenging intuition? That's it. She just says it's her best friend. However, you eventually notice that you know her.
Huh?
It's the woman from the bar that bumped into Kraus. That same rough, tattooed woman from earlier, here in a noble's retinue, shrouded in a cloak, and seemingly her greatest confidant and friend.
Oh, the
Well.
Only Cosmic notices this. He's the only one who
Kraus is
spends
a
enough
fucking
time.
idiot.
He's the only one who spends enough time with her to notice.
He'd love to get to know more about them.
The opportunity may present itself on the next stretch of the journey. And now you arrive in Copher, a grand city of sandstone erected out of the desert and oasis. It's a beautiful and towering place that goes from flat, single-story buildings with open rooftops and campuses up to towering palaces, the likes of which would make any kind of Reichland noble jealous. They say, or so the sailors do, that the people of Copher are even richer than the dwarves. That no one in the world matches their sheer extravagant wealth, utterly unparalleled.
Alatak is smashing X to doubt.
yep.
It seems plausible. The people here are a chipper sort and exotic. They range from locals to people from anywhere. You see elven ships, human ships, things from across the world that you don't even recognize, though Ren is able to occasionally point out things like Cathayan junks among them and other such. The city is huge and teeming with markets. You can find just about anything here.
You saying those ships are junk?
Nice, but they call
Why
They
would
call their own
them
ships junk.
Because they are.
I don't speak the language. Maybe it means good thing.
Oh, that's a lie.
Maybe.
Nothing you manlings ever makes good.
This place is pretty nice.
Okay, Alatok. In our defense, have we seen a single dwarf ship?
You
we?
have.
Have we?
No.
Shitting Isles? Oh,
I
shit.
would like you to prove us wrong.
I made the same mistake. It's the shifting aisles.
I
It
was
said
staring
that.
at their boat and I just turned a little bit and I was
I know.
fucking elves.
The shifting
The dwarves.
aisles.
The dwarves have it down in the architecture and the craftsmanship, but I have yet to see a single ship of their make.
One day, I'll make a ship, and you'll see how much better it is. Yes, it'll be steam powered.
Gotta make a flute too, don't forget.
He's just up
What?
on the list of things he's got to make just
You
to
gotta
piss
make a
off
flute
Kraus.
too.
Yeah.
So,
Until
This-
then, our
It's a
human
practical
ship
joke
not
that goes
that
way
bad.
too far.
So the grand and vast spice port is yours to explore as you'd like, purchase what you may. Your retainers will be doing the same. For example, the Shalian intends to spend her time proselytizing, as she insists that the people here are a borderline heretical sort. After all, that's why they were the Crusades. Speaking of, much of the docks that are dominated by foreigners of your type from the old world are dominated so in form of either trading houses or watch fortresses of various knightly and religious orders.
Right. Read about some of them.
Yes, among them are orders to Mamidia, as well as posts from Bretonia, and so on and so forth. Still, while you're free to explore and buy what you like, that includes trading anything if you'd like to try and make a profit off of investments, there is a store that is recommended to you. You catch wind and whisper of it here and there, but it's one that tries to cater to a wealthy and adventurous sort. Which is exactly what you are. You're given the name in the native tongue. Roll an average intelligence test, just because the Arabic is like so far removed from German. I just see what your characters make of it.
Average intelligence.
I've got a -10.
Oh yeah, this is my good stat.
Let's go. I'm at.
Oh, he crushed it!
Nice.
Nice.
Elephant?
I have
Fucking
language
stupid.
classical. Would that help at all or no?
Language what?
Classical, also, or is it just average intelligence?
What did I
I'm
say
like-
for everyone else? Challenging?
Average.
Average. Okay, then yeah, just make it average. I'll count it for something in my mind.
Nope.
All right. You're having trouble with it a little bit, but the other two of you are able to get it. Ka'at al-Hamud. Or if you what?
Huh?
Ka'at al-Hamud.
I was saying a meme. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't even catch it. But for simplicity's sake, that translates to the Hall of Mysteries. It's an exotic market run by a alleged local sorcerer who is able and willing to sell all sorts of gear you might be interested in. They talk about him selling anything from spices and trade goods that he comes across to magical relics and exotic oddities. So, if desired by any or all, a trip to the Hall of Mysteries is available.
Coswick is more interested in confronting the hooded lady.
Alright.
That's just something that he'd like to do.
Is
At any
it-
point.
Alright. And is anyone interested in going to this place?
Of course.
Sir.
I mean, Kansu can catch her out at sea where she has nowhere to run to.
Good point.
He wants to do it privately, is the thing. And he wants to do it here in a public place.
We could do it between sessions, or do you want it to come up here? Because we could do it between sessions if you wanted, if it's something he wants to do alone and privately.
Maybe actually. That might be best, come to think of it.
Sure. Well, we can assume, do you want him to do it after or before the trip? I'd assume after, for simplicity.
Yeah.
So,
Just do it after.
I take it you want to go to the hall too.
Yes.
Yes, alright. So,
Now he's gonna be Ella talking, judging all the guys' magic and all that shit.
you are brought by direction and word of mouth to the Hall of Mysteries. It looks like once it was multiple shops, all single floor, but now it's several that have been woven together with tents and canvases to create an almost private bazaar shrouded in just faint sunlight trickling through colored what's the word? Rugs. That's the word.
Carpets.
Yeah, and the floor is also decorated and such, soft to the touch. Especially, you could easily go barefoot and feel incredibly comfortable in here. There's places to lounge and sit down, and goods on display that range from armaments to ancient trinkets to even just like general trade goods he's managed to gather, and drugs and alcohol. The man meets you personally, running things for himself and not through intermediaries. As you are introduced to a man wearing fine dark robes, blacks and reds. He has dark skin, a finely groomed beard that is dyed, trickling off into fiery patterns. It's not a arcane mark, you can tell, Johannes, but it's dyed almost like someone with fiery hair. And his eyes are piercing, mostly for the fact that they're lined in heavy, stylistic eyeliner to make them stand out incredibly well, alongside his very defined features. He looks older, maybe about 50, and he greets you with a flourishing bow and some degree of opulence, but not of a noble kind, more of the kind of someone who is used to interacting with a higher clientele. Welcome, friends, to the Hall of Mysteries. I see among you numbers a wizard. He smiles to you.
That title. Oh, sorry.
He smiles to you, is all.
Good evening. And good day.
Come, bear witness. See what I have to offer.
Don't buy anything without me looking at it, gentlemen.
He leads you through the store until you come across something that seems to give him pause. Someone who mans the store, clearly some kind of servant, perhaps even slave or other employee, is stuck in an argument, though they don't seem to be able to retaliate. It's more the equivalent of them being jabbed at with a spear until they're backed in a corner, ducking left and right to try and not get impaled, as someone in full plate armor points a finger at them and is growling aggressively. The armor is familiar and distinctly Mamidian, fitting, decorated in gold and darker metal for contrast. They have no helmet on, revealing what looks to be either an Estalian or Tylian individual, beginning to get aggressive as the host, who has yet to give their name, interrupts. May I help you? To which he quickly pivots, like a bird sighting its prey. You. He looks over to Cosmic briefly before continuing, seeming to note to the other wizard. You know I am here. Return it. We're done asking nicely. To which he raises a hand in clear dismissal. And I am done bartering. I have said my price. Come back when you are willing to pay it. Or are you truly so cheap you cannot honor your god with a simple sum? Be gone. For a moment it looks like the knight is going to draw his sword, a hand resting on it. But when he realizes that many of the people looking around, the slaves or servants, have hidden guns in reach and are almost in an instant an armed mob of a dozen, he lets go of it, and they all return to their business as if nothing ever happened, and he storms out. Not before turning to the group of you. Do not buy anything from this fraud. He disgraces the gods of the north.
All of them are yours.
He shakes it.
Ow.
He shakes his head, clearly reading your answer as disagreement. And just backs his way out. You can hear him mount up outside and begin to ride off. They are becoming a troublesome bunch. I do apologize if they have ruined the mystique for you.
I just appreciate that you run a tight ship here.
I can afford nothing less with the price of the wares I pay. With the price of the wares I levy. If you're interested, this is what he speaks of, he says with a coy smile. He shows you a crossbow. Ornate. Beautiful. Heavy, though. It's made with actual gold in parts. It's incredibly well designed, with the actual bow of the crossbow looking like wings of an eagle. This, my people call Al-Shams Arahiba. But to them it is Lagana Voladona. It is of many names, a relic of the last crusade, and one that has stayed lost to the sands for many years until a team under my sponsorship recovered it. They want desperately to have it back, but aren't willing to pay the price I ask. And quite frankly, for their rudeness, I am not inclined to oblige. But for a prospective buyer, I would be really willing to negotiate more favorably. He says, showcasing the beautiful crossbow. Coswick! What was that noise?
I was acknowledging that you said my name.
Okay.
I knew you wouldn't get it, dude.
what do you mean?
'Cause
Get what?
The future. Yeah.
What?
That's...
Oh!
Oh!
I'm mad now. Alright,
Yeah.
roll,
Thank God.
roll an average intuition test. Second sight applies. You can't tell what. You don't have the detect artifact, but you do know that this is a
know.
magically...
I thought I bought that last.
Hmm?
Oh, I didn't. Never mind. I
Hmm.
wanted to, but I didn't.
This is like the best time for it to come up, so I'm willing to let you buy it on debt and like pay it off with the XP that comes at the end of this session because it's almost over. This is like the best time for it to come up.
Okay, let me, so I put it in spent, right? And then, say, I went into, and then I buy the talent for free.
Yeah.
Right.
Alright. So,
Now I've got it.
perfect. This is just too perfect an opportunity for it to come up, so honestly.
Oh, it says I have
want
to
it.
touch it. So can he get closer and like kind of?
Yes. He will let you do so. He seems to understand the nature of it, presenting it to you to do so. It's the same time. That would be 4 success levels then. Each success level reveals a feature of it, while passing it all reveals that it's magical. So, let's start with... Well, there are exactly 4, so I'll just tell you the whole thing. First of all, it's enchanted. Not just magically, but it's seemingly by that same divine essence of Mermidia, the glowing of the sun. In the light of the sun and the winds, it seems almost like the wings flutter with a ethereal after image. The actual effect of this is that it's enchanted with some degree of skill, almost like the spirit of Mermidia or an eagle or some such carries the bolt to its destination. While you're wielding it, it gives you plus 20 ballistic skill.
Whoa.
However, while active, as in while being wielded, it begins to glow, as you can tell, and that glow becomes visible outside of second sight. However, you're also aware that it is bound so tightly to Mermidia that one has to abide by said god's strictures before it will begin to take effect for them. Only a devout of Mermidia, or at least someone she would approve of, could wield this. The other two are not magical effects, they're just notated, but they're just noting that it was a veteran of the wars and so on, as he speaks about how it slew undead to the east and things like that in ancient Khemri, used in many crusades.
This is truly beautiful.
And, he says, procuring a small quiver, several bolts made for its bearer.
Now this really is something impressive.
The bolts are similarly enchanted. I'll just include them in it. They're similarly enchanted with the fact that they're sorry. They're similarly enchanted with the fact that you need to abide by the Myrmidian strictures in order for them to actually work. But otherwise, they're just magical, meaning you could do things like shoot a ghost. But they have +1 damage, flat, nice and simple.
Okay.
They're not necessarily too magical, but they are made to go with the bow. So stylistically, they
You
also
can
fit.
shoot ghost. I don't know how much magical you need to be once you get to that
Just
point.
saying that's the bare minimum is shooting a ghost because magic stuff
That
interacts with
feels
the
pretty magical.
magic stuff always interacts with the ethereal because it's all made out of magic. So that's funny enough the baseline. All
Shooting
magical
ghost is a
weapons can hit a
baseline.
ghost.
Gotcha.
I could punch a ghost.
Not quite, but yeah.
I'll
So
untack this one.
he shows this off before situating it back on its pedestal. It looks to have had a custom-made spot. But I won't force you to lock in yet. Would you like to browse some more?
Yes, I don't think we're going to need that crossbow.
Most unfortunate.
Just not in what we would need.
He shows you, next, a breastplate of sorts. Not metal, but it's highly decorative with grand shoulders and wrapped pieces of leather. It's all made from the hide of some kind of scaled beast.
Ooh.
Now that he's gonna go ahead and fondle it if I let him.
Yep. It's basically a scale and leather heavy breastplate with big shoulders and a neck piece and all this stuff. Very fancy. It goes off into like the skin going off into like a tail coat with like the literal tail and stuff. All this very decorative things.
Damn.
And what, pray tell, is this made of?
You don't seem to be able to parse it. You watch how the winds swirl and are confused, Cosric. This is made from the hide of the Lustrian salamander.
How fortuitous. What's a salamander?
Colossal lizard beasts that breathe fire. Some believe they are related to the dragon. It is not fit for a man of your stature, he says, gesturing to Coswick, but for you, he says, pointing then to Kraus and Alatok, it looks about your size. Of course, if it were that you wished it, I could see it refitted.
I'm wearing none of that magical shit. It's a miracle I'm even in here.
Duly noted.
Alatok, play nice.
No, he's right.
I don't want to end up in a second jail in our second port of call.
They call it Rapidan Efrit. That is the Efrit's embrace. Spirits of the Sirocco Desert and its fiery heat. He strokes it, showing it off in a fascinated way. What's the word? It's almost like he's fondling it, caressing it, and showing it. Yeah. He seems very proud of this one, simple as it is. It looks quite uncomfortable and heavy to wear, but you can only hope that it does something cool.
Will it protect one from this blistering heat?
Not quite.
Damn.
It is all but immune to fire, and indeed resistant to harm in general. Beyond what it is made of, it is deeply enchanted. It is born with magics from an Efreet, warded against destruction. Its fiery temper brooks no.
What do you think, Master Wizard?
I believe it is genuine, but I don't think our budget can afford any of the items in this shop. I didn't anticipate such things of quality.
Would you like to roll an average haggle to see what you can get him to give you?
Yeah.
Alright, let me roll up his my merchant haggle button.
How many stacks of deal
Or
maker?
did I make him a sheet? Remember? Yeah, I did make him a sheet.
Piece of sheet, you ask me.
All the stacks of deal maker.
Maybe. Don't look at the stream.
Never.
On the stream. Epic. Damn.
yeah. For you, Master Wizard. 50 golden pieces.
We might want to look elsewhere, gentlemen. I don't think we're going to find anything here.
It's all right. It's all right.
Don't forget you had the money on the ship. If you wanted to.
It's not that I've forgotten the money, it's that we need the money.
I never subtracted the amount paid to the captain, too.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. It's just most of that gold was for him. Just forgotten.
Fair enough.
Maybe down the
He
line.
was going to give you a small discount.
That's the cause. Maybe down the line, once we set up our circumstances and we're able to bring in some riches, we'll come back to such a fine place and procure the best of wares.
No,
Certainly.
I wouldn't consider him the best, but
Yes, we know, Alatok. This place isn't made of stone.
Yes, it is.
You're bound to hate any. Well, I thought you said we were in like a tent park.
It's stone buildings connected by tents and tarps. Like several stone buildings made into like a labyrinth of his own making.
And I didn't say anything.
Done.
Come on, Alatok, you must admit these places have been rather nice.
Right there. His pay of the gold is subtracted. The rest is all yours.
it's interesting.
It's interesting.
Mhm.
How much gold we have left?
You haven't paid the mercenaries either. You paid them only their first week.
How? How much do they want specifically?
The contract was for 150 total.
And they've already gotten some up front?
Yeah, like 5 gold or something. I think it was 6 or 7.
Fellas, we we better keep our money to shillings. Let me tell you.
Are you saying we're broke?
No. But if we buy anything, it'll put the budget at risk. Especially paid in gold.
Then he will perhaps see if you're interested in anything not so permanent of an investment. Through his many contacts, connections, and subordinates, he does acquire a great deal of trade goods if you're interested in looking at what he might have for you to ship and make your own profit of in Lustria.
Does he know the going rates in Lustria?
Nope.
Okay.
Off the top of his head, but it varies.
What's something
He knows that their people are not nearly so rich as here.
Yeah. I'm no financier. I don't know anything about this sort of thing. This is not what we're here to do.
He'll suggest spices is an easy investment. People will pay good for those anywhere that they're not from. The state is simple, but wealthy, so it matters not if the population is poor as long as you can find the elites who are interested. Otherwise, you can roll to see what he has.
Actually, have you anything from Lustria? Like trinkets, gewgaws?
Oh, hold
But
on.
not-
Roll a d100 just to see something. The simple trinkets. Simple trinkets. He has his small array of things like amulets and other such stuff. Simple, petty novelties, but also there are various. Well, roll a d100. This will be for availability. Okay. He can show you, the most expensive thing he has is a simple, golden plaque from Lustria. Almost like it's a, what do you call them? A stela? You know, those stone engravings?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, one of those,
Okay,
but
okay,
it's
okay.
all on a golden tablet, about a foot long.
Mm.
What's
The
engraved
whole
on it?
thing is gold. What'd you say?
What's engraved on it?
Some strange depiction of the jungles, lizards, and some pyramid-like structure. You can see, though, perhaps most interesting to someone from the Empire, that in the sky of the depiction is the twin-tailed comet.
Well, isn't that just interesting? Anything with second sight?
Nope.
Okay. Well.
Wow.
Also, in terms of other shipments he has passing through, there's a simple shipment of fabrics he has to go around. The fine stuff that they'd use in rugs, for example. You're interested in bringing some quality fabrics over to Lustria. Some people might be interested, and you might be able to make a profit, and so will he.
Possibly.
An open opportunity.
What do you think, Fox? Like an opportunity to pad the coffers?
Perhaps they would have a lack of fine goods there, but if I went to Lustria, I would rather my rugs be made of lizard skin.
Can't be as comfy with the stuff we're standing on right now.
No, you're right.
If you're interested, Master Astromancer, he has a Azir enchanted item for you. Of course, this one will also run you, say, 55 golden crowns. But
Well, I'd like to look at it at least.
then he shall showcase you an ornate Eastern Empire saber from the people of Ostermark.
Oh.
It's incredibly dark of colors, deliberately so. The blade is made to be resistant to wear and polished with something that makes it look almost black. The handle is black. There's purple wrappings around it. It's quite gothic and grim. However, when he takes it and wields it, he gives it a few swings. With each swing, you see that lightning crackles up the blade, and when he strikes something, one of the training dummies he has for demonstration purposes, it claps like thunder.
Oh, fuck.
He showcases it to you, allowing you to touch it if you so wish to see what it does. He says its name in Reichspiel is Modernren, meaning Moor's Handmaiden. And since you speak Reichspiel, you can just call it that. No! Come on, reroll it, it's cool.
And I'm not gonna buy it anyway. Oh, I've got a couple extra.
But it's cool, it's sick.
There you go.
Moor's Handmaiden. First of all, it has fast when it normally wouldn't. Second, it grants you plus 10 initiative while you're wielding it. Third, it slightly grants you prognosticative abilities, meaning that you start every round with an advantage.
Ooh.
It feeds you advantage, buffs your initiative, has fast, and
Nice.
it's very overtly magical when you swing it and such. It's very obvious.
Damn it.
Always going first.
You also sense that it has tasted fell blood of some kind.
Is that good?
Yes. To say this
I
thing
don't
has
know what that
seen
means.
conflict.
Okay, well, I didn't know if that meant that it got corrupted by
No.
something.
Hungry.
Ah, damn. It's just not in the budget, is the problem. I want to buy the cool stuff.
Perhaps you'd be willing to trade or barter.
What could we possibly have that you'd want?
He's a man with easily piqued curiosity. See what you have.
You want a dwarf?
Fuck off.
It's so blood.
Yeah.
Perfect.
No.
Yeah, what's
Perfectly
it
in
called?
character. You might be interested. Tell him of your Lustrian expedition, what you intend to do. You can simply say you intend to tell him the
Yeah,
shtick.
we're going to. Well, as it happens, we're going down to Lustria with a permanent stay in mind, or at least a significant stay. And perhaps we could arrange some sort of trade between us.
That's precisely what he was thinking. Tell you what, if you're willing to pay extra, he'll reserve it for you. And should he hear word in coming months, then he's interested in trading it for some exports from the jungle.
So he'll pay. So I'll pay extra. When...
Yeah, more than the 55 he's asking for.
Done.
Shake on it then. He reaches out his hand. Don't do that. You shake his hand, feeling the sheer warmth that radiates from within him. Business is concluded unless you would be interested in the fineries. Or perhaps a new outfit for your friend, he says, looking to Maximus, whose shirt is like sweat and blood stained on the back. Quite clearly not of the best condition anymore.
It's fine.
We can fit some shillings into the budget if you want to find some more suitable clothes. Do you know if it's going to be warm in Lustria, as warm as here?
Exceedingly. Not so dry, but wet.
Oh, good. Well, gentlemen, I believe now's the chance. Want cooler clothes, more suited perhaps? Can afford it with the shillings.
Sure.
There's such a thing as cooler. Yeah, are we gonna avoid wearing short shorts?
Oh, shoot, what is it?
Shorts
the
that
I
suit.
want to see Ella
Yeah.
talking like a one-piece bathing suit.
I was thinking more like the Rhodesian light infantry people with like the booty shorts. I don't know if you...
I'm looking it up.
Talking about.
I'm looking it up. That's really silly. Oh my god.
What the fuck?
But really comfy.
That looks absurd.
It was, and it's horrible for combat, so they stopped wearing them, but it's great.
So, anyone interested? It comes with the caveat that for the nature of his store, any clothes you buy must have fine on them. However, they can be custom tailored. Whatever else you'd like.
Or
Or I'll take an extra pair of clothes.
Alright, what would you like on them?
I think we'll go just fine.
Just fine, yeah.
If you
just
want it to
fine.
be suited for, like, actually suited for the weather to give you a benefit, put practical on it so it boosts the success levels for resisting heat.
Practical.
Oh,
That's
okay, then.
genius.
Fucking good point.
Forget about these features and options and shit.
I'm keeping my robes. I don't want anything.
Warm weather clothing for the both of you, then.
Mm-hmm.
Practical.
Fine one, practical. Anything else? For
Nope.
either of you?
Nope.
Then I will simply copy it to both your sheets. That's 24 shillings each. Actually, well, I guess I should have you roll haggle. Whoever would like to. You can haggle all at once. You don't have to haggle individually. That'd be really funny.
I can't haggle.
I can haggle. Alright, challenging haggle?
Yes.
Come on, I'm dying here. I am dying here.
We both- Oh!
24 shillings. It's the 24. He insists that he's already doing the best he can for the fact that you guys are very short and it won't take much fabric. Wait, why do I have Fisk's sheet up? That's not how you play right
Yeah, what the fuck?
now. Maximus, there we go. Did I put it on Fisk's sheet? Not I did.
That's funny.
Yeah, can I borrow Fisk's money?
God, he has a lot of different kinds of money, most of it in pennies. He's got 15 Pylium Pulo. 5 ducats. Alright, anyways. There you go. Warm weather clothing.
Oh, you for small.
Yeah, that reminds me. I'm putting the Myrmidian symbol on your sheet if you didn't, if you kept it.
I kept it, for sure.
There you go.
Oh. I would have tossed that thing in the harbor.
Where we're gonna need the support of all the gods.
So, warm weather clothing. Take your normal clothes as not worn anymore. You can put them wherever you want. No, you can do it whichever way around. Just remember that you can't wear them both at the same time. You gotta put the other one in a bag or something. Don't just carry it under your arm.
Oh, right. I think I forgot to.
Also, in doing business with you, he'll give his name because that's been neglected so far. Zuhair ibn Nizar.
I was meaning to get to it, I just
There you go.
haven't found an opportunity.
And also, I may as well give you the name of the place while you're taking notes. Anyways, if that's all you'd like, interested in the trade goods or anything else, etc. If not, you may buy anything else you'd like while you're in Copher, and then you may depart. Yes, no, maybe so?
Yeah, Closer,
No.
can I borrow a small loan?
Same. I need a small.
General Barnes, find Caroline and tell her
Of
to
course!
bring-
Of course, sir! Could not be stuck on that forsaken ship.
Yeah.
Apologies unto Manon. Good man, him.
Yeah, good.
I cannot believe I was not there to stand up for your honor, sir. Why you...
Yeah, yes.
He's already, like, leaving the tent. He's just still talking.
Thank you.
He like leans over and calls out to him.
So, you may pay from the ship's funds if you'd like. Do I have to subtract them? Should
Yes.
I, rather?
24
apiece, so 48.
Certainly is.
Alright. That's about half your shillings. So,
Okay, we can afford it.
We
you
need
dump as much on nice warm weather clothing. And let me know, is there anything else you'd like to buy before departure?
Hey, yeah, Kraus would want some spices.
Yeah, you know what? Let's get some spice.
Not a shipment, I assume you mean like
No,
just,
no, like personal for food, yeah.
Alright.
Oh, in that case, yeah, Johannes doesn't want it.
Alright. Where is it? Roll and I think it's what is that
Maybe
+2.
Coswork should step in.
I gotta
just to
remember.
make
Sure, I gotta remember what the surplus does when you're bartering somewhere because they have a surplus of spices.
Okay, so cheaper, right?
Hopefully.
So, hold on. Yeah, it should. There. Yeah, add +2 success level.
Okay.
Haggle.
I'll use my superior education. What is it, average, you said?
Yeah.
2 SL bonus, right? Or
Yeah.
success bonus.
It's cell bonus.
Any assistance from you guys?
I will assist you.
I can't.
We shall hit him up with the come on.
Yeah! There you go, that's a
Come
command.
on, you can do better.
Alright, you hit him with the command. He's like, okay, okay, I give you a good price. This is my Arabic merchant impression. It's a
Not bad.
great stereotype. It's a fun one.
It's
I was
real.
do the hand gestures. Gesture, come on.
Okay, you tell me right.
Vision like a Turkish barber while you're here. Those things are great. Anyways, for a simple jar of spices, he'll give you like a jar of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
He'll give you. As I think this over. Yeah, exactly. 10 shillings.
Done.
You don't have to track how much is in here unless you start wasting it or using it on every meal. This is just a jar of spices you can dip into whenever you want.
Okay.
Dip the hardtack in it.
Well, I could cover that. That's just all my money. I could cover that.
Oh yeah, he's gonna ask for some carrying funds from Caroline. Or he's gonna, well, he's gonna tell her he's doing it and then tell her to mark
Alright. What do you want?
a dozen shillings.
Done, so. Just put it on your sheet, I'll subtract it in a moment.
Thumb up.
Grass, jar spices, there you go. Put it wherever you'd like.
Thank you.
Or as you see fit, or I can put it onto the ship. Dozen
Ouch.
shillings for Osric. You can just keeping it in your pocket like the whole ass jar.
Nah, backpack.
Alright, dozen shillings for Coswick. And is there anything else you'd like before departure from Copher?
Mr. Nazar, heard rumor that you are of a sorceress variety. Is there any truth to those claims?
Proudly so. Our magics are of a different affair than you are used to, he says, addressing Coswick as well, as he's likely to know, assuming he's still there for this and this isn't a different visit or such.
Yeah, this would be like, well, on our way out.
Okay.
From getting fitted.
It is not, it is neither the magics of the elves or the northern men, nor the sorceries of the dark gods. It is something altogether its own, unique to the Great Desert.
Is that true? Would Coswick know if that's true?
Magic, jungle-engaging. Difficult, actually, because I don't think, why would he give a shit about how Arabian magic works?
Because our Master Coswick keeps going on about the winds and the fluctuations and all that.
They do that. They're doing it right now.
Oh!
However, okay, well, because of that, you know what you can know, regardless. The winds blow very faint down here. Like, the trace of the winds of magic is almost negligible down here.
Okay,
To
not
think-
here.
To think someone could be a powerful wizard down here seems absurd, because there's no power to draw from.
Better chance at sea than down here.
Precisely. And that is why we rely upon the djinn. Would you like a demonstration?
Yes,
No.
then you can wait outside.
He will take you in and show you exactly how he intends to make these clothes. He sets on the ground a ornate clay jar, and standing next to it begins to gesture, calling out in their own unique form of arcane tongue and beckoning, before he takes the jar in hand and whispers to it. With that, the jar erupts open, and something, like the winds come alive, swirls out. You see a face, you see hands, but ultimately it's just like a storm swinging by. It catches the fabric and begins to swirl it into patterns, guided by his hands, as he basically directs some sort of demon, as far as you can tell, to weave the fabric before your eyes.
Charles Beard, what is that?
Curious. What's it take to use this power? Could I do it?
Perhaps. Secrets are guarded closely, as you may expect of any land's wizards. It is to master the djinn, spirits of the elements, and to command them. It requires a firm will and iron hand more than study. These are spirits, temperamental and vicious. They bend to our beck and call as any slave does, bound into the jars or other relics.
My.
In fact, if it so interests you, I could speed your journey along. I could quite simply grant you a minor Tempest Gin, which you may unleash to blow yourself safely to passage. Or it's, of course.
And what exactly would this price be?
Roll an average haggle.
And these are not demons.
Not as you know them. We seldom have such things. Demons are not particularly an issue to us, although the laughing jackals rear their heads every so often for all the vices of our more worldly people.
I have no idea what he's talking about. This is fantastic.
And let's see.
Same monsters, different names.
That's
Not
my understanding of it.
He says,
It's
cocking
close
his
enough
head
for
side
the
to side.
colleges. We try not to do anything with them. Like you said, that's the
10
result of the study.
golden crowns. Think what it might save you in travel. It may well be that it pays off.
It would be less time.
And time is money. And this is true. If he's true to his word, you're paying by the day of travel.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm trying to... I mainly don't want to be betrayed by them is the thing. For lack of money. But I think we can fit it in.
You fit in? Maybe you should learn some weather spells, you fucking wizard.
There weren't any on the list. It was just tornadoes. It was 1 tornado or 4 tornadoes, and I chose neither.
4 tornadoes, that's pretty...
That's pretty baller, yeah. You wanna see some fucking shit? I'll do some cool How about this? When we get to Lustria, and if something's big enough, I'll do something very interesting.
Alright, because I'm thinking, like, what spell list was Gale pulling from?
All of them.
Oh, okay. All of them. Alright,
she was a witch. Or do you do you mean like the one? I think the one Azir spell she used was the one where she took away the winds and stilled them.
Yeah, that's what I'm remembering.
That was one of the Azir spells. That's the only one she dipped into. Oh, and she had divination, which Cosmic uses a bunch. That's just the cool one. Alright, are you interested in the Jinn thing?
Yes.
You have but to breathe on it and whisper the incantation that he shall present you, and it will do your bidding.
And then what?
And then it just ask it to sail the ship, like blow the ship farther.
I meant after that.
Then that's that. The Jinn is loose. You'd best hope that it favors you. Decide to be a jerk.
Once the Jinn is out of the jar, was it to say that it just gets really angry and tries to kill us?
Like any demon, it is not long for this world.
So it is a demon.
Similar enough. I shan't bother to explain the difference. Smiles.
It's not worth it. But
Perhaps
I will.
you could study it. Go on.
Oh, he's just gonna start. You see, all the creatures of the Immaterium. Oh wait, is it called that here?
It's just one of many names.
Okay. All the creatures of the Immaterium all come from the same fundamental force. So that, and he's gonna give him a little lesson.
And in the meantime, your hand in the air. Now. So. Is that all for Copher? Would you like to depart?
I believe that is all for Copher.
Anyone else?
After a quick swim in the ocean to fucking cool off.
I hate swimming. How are we doing? How about those rugs? Let's what would the rate be for them rugs?
Nice rug. Yeah.
Well, no, like
How about a magic one that flies?
Do you mean the goods?
Racial stereotyping. Yeah, the goods.
Also, yeah, no.
But do they have them?
Yeah, he can get you a flying carpet. It's imbued with the exact same kind of djinn you just watched sew your clothes. It's basically a possessed rug with a tempest djinn inside it that you can just command. He can show you one if you're interested, just because he seems to like showing off his magical goods as much as selling them.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, he seems to be very proud of his collection and self. So,
Oh, you should be. You've done quite well for yourself.
eyes of card. Roll a d10. Toast.
Me?
Yes?
Wait, did you say toast or Kraus?
It's a toast.
Okay.
Oh, we break from the pattern.
Yeah.
As it says, size and wealth of the settlement, any surplus and multiply by. Size and wealth should be 4, 8. He has in total, if you want a proper shipment of his fabrics and all, 160 encumbrance worth.
How much cash money would that be?
What is... Yes. For the whole shipment, roll an average haggle.
Come on! Come on!
Yabalagucha.
Look at him, he's a wizard, he's wearing a robe, you can trust him with your money!
What the fuck?
There you go!
He's wearing a robe. You can trust him with your money. Yay!
He's not gonna trip you off. He can't do that because he got the license and they'll kill him in a horrible way.
He ain't got no license. He's never seen the colleges in his life.
Talking about Johannes.
Oh, okay. 90 gold crowns for the entire shipment.
Ooh, well, mamma mia.
However,
Not that bad for fabrics, but
roll. You don't have evaluate, right?
Nope.
He is going to coax you by giving you a business tip. Summer's coming. You get better prices for this kind of stuff come summer, so if you don't buy it from him now, he's more than happy to get a good deal for it later. However, that's months down the line. About as long as your journey should take. So by the time you get there, these will be worth even more, let alone what you could haggle for shipping them all that way.
is that so?
It's maybe. You could roll an average intuition to see if he's lying.
Can I feel him to see if he's any magical properties or anything?
Yeah, they've not. They're just rugs.
I'll be
Good
back
name.
real
Good
fast.
guy.
Alright.
Can I evaluate these rugs?
Yeah, roll an average evaluate.
Average evaluate. Yep, that's a rug.
You did maybe.
I bet
You're
those
not
are
even sure anymore if it's a rug.
You're like, where are the demons at?
He's just
Wait,
looking at
that's not a rug. That's Blitz. Where'd you go from?
Cosmic, don't buy these! They don't even fly! Yeah, I know.
Yes,
No.
that's
Oh. I thought... Okay.
a shipment of flying rugs. You have like cages and they're just flying around rattling it.
These are free-range flying carpets.
You must break them.
Animal trading flying carpet. Stupid. Anyways. Alright. Yeah, you don't know. He lying or not. He's offering you that price.
Well, he's not a merchant. It's just gonna have to pass. It's not what this is about.
Most disappointing.
We'll do business again.
Yes, I rest assured. I am most interested in whatever comes out of the new world.
That's why we're here.
Hopefully more lizards.
So, now are you done with Copher?
I do believe so.
Also, you could buy a portion of the shipment if you really don't want to spend all
I
that
know.
money.
I just don't. Coswick
trust
is
it
not
at all?
gonna- No. Well, not that. It's just that Coswick is not a merchant, and that's not what they're for.
So, that we
Off
shall.
we go.
Yes. Once Belts is back.
I'm back.
Oh, Belts is back. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot something. Roll a 2d10 just to see.
Belt has to go in 13 minutes.
No, do it.
Okay.
It's, I can stay a bit later. It's fine. That's I just have to go talk to somebody.
Okay.
I'm trying to make it as quick as I can.
It's all
Keep
good.
asking if we're leaving Copher.
Yes. I said yes, and then you said roll.
Yeah, just one more thing. 2d10. Whoever didn't do it last time you arrived in Bilbali.
Fine, I'll do it.
I thought it was mine.
I don't know. It's whoever it was. They rolled 2 1s. Oh, it was you. Yeah, it was you.
Yeah, I did it last time.
Big number.
Oh, a 10.
Before you depart, a merchant has an offer for you, if you're interested.
Speak. The offer.
Oh.
What is it?
He has an incredibly large and valuable shipment of spices. However, he's willing to give them away at an incredible discount. If you're interested.
Why?
He fails to find a buyer. Competition is fierce. After all, this is the city of spices.
That is certainly true. What's he looking to get rid of him for?
He just wants to make his money back. You can roll an average intuition.
It's demons.
I want to evaluate these spices. I will get one of these.
And you may roll an average haggle if you are interested at all.
I'm not.
You know?
I don't want to buy things, but that's
Well, in that case, never mind. It won't matter.
69 anyway. Haha.
It won't matter then. So, moving on. Time to depart. Oh wait, no 1d100. It's the same as thus far.
Now it's me, I think.
Yeah, I think this one's yours. Alright, you rolled a 42.
Incredibly middling.
Hmm. Alright. So, your next stretch of sailing through the blistering heat is miserable for its own sake. However, it's considered a miracle even by some of the sailors that you're not attacked by pirates at any point. You pass by not only Sartosa, but La Sheikh without any trouble. The weather...
Did we unjar that gin?
Oh,
Hey, it's your choice.
yes.
Then in that case... Causeway.
See?
Roll a challenging willpower test. I'm assuming you're unjarring it.
Heat exposure still happening?
Nope. Unless you use it immediately.
No. I mean, I wouldn't imagine so.
Get the shit off me. Get the shit off my dog.
Get this shit. Get this fucking heat off my dog, dude.
Challenging willpower.
Challenging? Okay.
Oh!
Alright.
The show, bitch.
Crack open the jar, and out swarms a mischievous and cackling wind with a scowling grin of a demon's face. At least that's the best way you can summarize it. It reels up behind the sails as the sailors duck and cover, assuming the worst from its laughter, before it blows heavily from the depths of its lungs and begins to propel the ship along at the highest force it can. This goes on for some time, granting you an incredible boon of time. In the meantime, the travel is made under incredibly beautiful weather. Clear skies, the heat's not too bad, everything is perfect. It's the best the journey has gone so far.
Woo!
Thank you very much. When the wind spirit is like done or whatever.
It cackles and laughs, dissipating as if scattered on the very winds that it came from. Who knows where it's going?
Oh no!
Oh yes!
No!
Now, your next
Yes!
port of call.
No!
Your next port of call comes under heavy fog at first. It's broached by a grand lighthouse. That's not to say just height. But as you approach and the fog begins to lessen, you see a colossal lighthouse of 1,000 lights shining out into the sea. It begins to guide you in, as eventually, though, you have to stop. The sails are drawn, and the captain waits, looking over the railing and wrapping his fingers against it.
Don't tell me who built that, because I think I know who built that.
We might have to chain Alatok below deck.
Yes, Alatok, you might want to sleep for a couple days.
Now we just wait, says Captain Vanderford.
Wait.
No one goes into Lothern without a guide. They send pilots out. You go in without it? Snaps his fingers. They sink you.
I'd rather not be sunk.
I'd rather not be here. Can we just continue on?
Alatok, please be on your best behavior.
We're running low on food and we need the supplies. We can only sail for so long on open sea. Besides, the men want shore leave.
What's there to do here?
Plenty. Anything you
Nothing.
can imagine.
Oh, you just
Yes.
zip it out, Doc.
You'll see. You'll see. So, a
I've
rowboat...
already seen.
Go on.
Oh no, I was just saying I've already seen enough. Throw it up and they'll set it the lighthouse.
Above looms the more ominous aspects of the great continent, as you can all see, clear as day, the distant flickers of the vortex. It's visible from any part of Ulthuan, a giant tornado of magics pulling everything in from across the world. To Johannes, it's practically blinding, although dizzyingly beautiful and amazing in its own way, a sheer work of art. Every wind from across the whole of the world blended in harmony.
Oh.
And this is visible
Oh.
to like regular people eyes.
Yep, it's exactly like, what you'd see in Total War. That giant
Okay,
vortex is visible across the whole... It's the size of, the whole continent at its top width.
Causeway, is that magic?
Yes. All of them. Together.
A lot of magic.
Yes. He's like staring at it rapturously.
Eventually, a rowboat arrives and is helped aboard. An elf. I assume, Alatok, you... Okay, there's an option, actually, in character creation for dwarves to begin with animosity elves. Did you want to take that, given what he's been saying?
I mean, I guess so, but I'll hide below the text though.
Kraus is ready to physically repel Alatok.
Alright, so you're not there to see him, though.
No.
Alright.
Why would I waste my time?
The elf does a sort of dip of a bow with his hand to his chest. He's not exactly what you'd expect of an elf. Obviously, the stereotype is that they're quite effete and gentle, but he looks strong, broad-shouldered, almost like a rugged sailor of an elf, yet still walks with the same speed, grace, and purpose. He speaks to the captain, and any of you may do so as well, as he will begin to guide them in, stood up by the wheel.
Oh, I'll ask. Friend, is that giant tornado of magic always going?
It's a cyclone.
Cyclone. Excuse me.
He looks over to you and says, in surprisingly fluent Reichspiel, yes, it has been going since before man even began civilization, since before the days of Sigmar itself. Forged by our greatest of heroes.
Great indeed.
It is this reason alone that the world stands firm in the face of corruption. For without it, demons would readily flood the world in an instant, and the end of days would come. In times long past, it was built by our people and our old ally, the dwarves. But I'm sure you know now that those sentiments are no longer held.
If Alatok were here, he would attempt to strangle you.
It's best he's not then. Roll an average intuition.
Average intuition.
You might assume that he's saying, it's because I don't want to be strangled, but you get the feeling from the slight twitch of a smile that he's saying because I would kick his ass. So, you are brought forward to the gates. Massive stone gates, beautiful and ornate, that could easily fit the largest of ships you've ever imagined, and then have room to spare. They're manned on many sides by towers, and you can see marching along the tops of the gates, along the walls and everything, soldiers shrouded in cloaks, wielding spears and crossbows, who watch and are seemingly ever vigilant in colossal patrols, armies in the hundreds, dwarfing most of what you've ever seen in the Reichland. The gates part and the water rushes with them, as you are guided through from hand signals and directions from the elf with you. The waters themselves are choppy and rugged from the very, very mountainous and rocky terrain around Ulthuan. You pass through until eventually you hit a second set of gates, bearing a gemstone that looks like it's the size of a human head as decoration. These ones likewise open, the locks going one by one to ensure that the tide and water goes with it, lifting your ship up to the docks, until eventually you are granted a glimpse of Lothern. Much like you had the experience of going from Altdorf and realizing just how huge Marienburg is, you're fairly certain that gazing out over Lothern, it's bigger than both of them put together. It is an insanely massive city that, like Bilbali, is built into the mountainside and stretches far into it, with towers jutting out among the mountain peaks and surrounding everything. It's a work of art. Everything is pristinely painted, beautifully made, with the finest of attention to detail to every square inch of the city. Giant eagles the size of horses fly through the mountains, and elves scurry to and fro, going about their business, and in a strange way, with the clear weather that has now come to pass, even with the vortex of raging magic overhead, it has a peaceful air to it. The people here seem content. They have a good life, and they know it, free from the outside world, blocked physically by 2 sets of gates, and even more that lead deeper into the city. And overlooking the harbor is a colossal statue of some elven hero. However, much as it's all incredibly impressive and nice, none of that is for you. You are informed that humans are not allowed to set foot anywhere in Ulthuan under penalty of death without official royal approval from the king himself. Instead, there is the human quarter, an area where your people are free to come and do business as they see fit and even live. The human quarter is so big that it basically is the size of Altdorf. And that's just a tiny district of the town.
Okay, alright.
And where the rest of the city has beautiful architecture, there it is. The familiar look of lopsided, horribly janky buildings from the Empire, where everything looks like it's going to fall over because people's families are so big that they make all of their houses built straight up and just keep adding floors. Most of it is made out of brick, and a lot of it is interwoven with the original elven settlement of the area, and almost like it's built upon it into ruins. Your ship pulls up there, guided in by the pilot, who almost gives a bow that made it seem like it's a performance for him, as if this was his debut to you. But he wishes you well and will remain until you see fit to leave. That said, the district itself is walled in and is elsewise completely open to you as anywhere else. Please try to think not much of it. And Alatok, are you staying below deck literally the whole time? Don't want to see it at all?
I'm probably gonna peek my head above deck, see the elf, toss a couple insults at him, then go back below deck.
Roll a challenge. No, never mind. You're just giving into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He turns his head briefly, but seems to ignore you, keeping his smile contentedly on his lips. It looks like he's used to this, which is not a surprise, as even among the humans, which range from Imperials to Marienburgers to Arabians to even far, far more foreign people you don't recognize, namely Cathayans, that you've never even seen before in your life. There is also a small handful of dwarfs present. Sacre bleu, I know.
Mhm.
It looks like a few Imperial dwarves make the trip as well, with whatever humans they work with. There are, of course, then, elves and such natives. Now, for your time here, again, place is open, buy what you like. It is possibly one of the wealthiest cities in the world, so you can find just about anything you see fit. This includes Coswick if you'd like to look for anything magical or ingredients or any such.
Yeah, maybe some books as well.
Great Raya's tits, this city is magnificent.
A colorful way to say it's pretty.
Look at it!
I have been.
And I thought Ind was impressive.
Did anything like this?
What's that place called that we just at? Copher. I thought Copher was impressive.
Oh.
By
Araby.
the way, there's
my
a
bad.
picture of the lighthouse.
I was mixing up Ind and Araby, my bad.
You can see the gates in the distance, too.
Oh.
Yeah, the place is massive.
Pretty fucking nifty. Yeah, it's like...
Lothern has a population of over Altdorf and Marienburg combined. Like, it is insanely big, and has been here since before humans, like, developed civilization, like, while they were hunter-gatherers.
In the good old days of Ulrich.
Yeah!
Awoo.
So, you may stay and find that it's not too dissimilar from any other port you've been to now that you're away from looking at the splendor of the elven parts. It's mostly normal but insanely wealthy. Similar to Copher, but not as foreign because of how much of the influence is from Marienburg and the Empire. So that in mind, if there's anything you'd like to do during your stay, let me know. But, roll 2d10. I almost forgot.
Bells.
Okay.
Bells. Yeah, it's your
I'm here.
turn. Yeah. Woo! Woo!
Woo.
Clementine. What the fuck?
You have come at a fortuitous moment. They're hosting a festival. It's a simple dedication to Manon, or as you learn that the elves call him, Mathlan. Or, as you learn that they call him in classical, if none of you speak it,
I
Mathan.
speak.
It's Manon to the north, Mathan to the south, and Mathlan to the elves. Funny that. Either way, they're hosting a festival to him in the human quarter that's actually being sponsored by some elves and nobility and such. They believe it a good showing. There are sailor priests to be present, general celebrations and sacrifices, and even, as catches Coswick's ear, an elven priest to Mathlan, which is to say, as you eventually parse, an astromancer, who dedicates his magic in honor of a god.
Might be worth talking to him.
You may do
At
so.
the
In
very
fact,
least,
we
we
could do
should
it.
give up.
We could do it between sessions, even if you wanted to have something to do.
Could do.
Cool.
I also got to interrogate
know.
that bitch.
Yes, that too. So we'll see if she was thrown overboard between sections.
Yeah. I was gonna say,
So
At the very least, we should give our prayers over to Manon, for safe travels and good weather and whatnot.
certainly.
if there's nothing else you'd like to do other than attending the festival, that's pretty much it for Lothern. Just a beautiful sight and a good time.
I didn't even know we were going here.
It's part of the route. If you kind of look at the map, it's like the last port on the way to the,
Yeah,
Although
I
it's-
know. I just thought that we were gonna go like Skoblambo.
That's a
fucking
long
far.
stretch.
Yeah, but that's
the
what
captain's here doing trade stuff, so he wanted to go to the city with wealth.
I just didn't know.
Still, there you are. Anything else you'd like specifically, or just amusing yourselves?
Johannes really wants to get to Lustria.
All right,
Any elves want to go to Lustria?
you can roll a challenging
Oh, dude, we
gossip
got
test to see
Alatok.
if you can find them.
Alatok jumps overboard with the elves on, and they're gonna
Yep.
speak to the bottom.
I strap one to a cannon and push it overboard.
You can find a few sailors out of work. Elven one specifically. You are actually able to find sailors and soldiers out of work. Namely, they claim to be from a regiment or some such, however you would like to put it in your imperial sensibilities, called the Lothern Sea Guard, the very same that you see manning the walls. Cloaks, pointed helms, all of them trained in spear and shield formations as well as crossbows, and most of them having trained longer than an imperial soldier would serve. They seem to be elite veterans, yet these are more novices, which means they've only been training for years or decades. About as long as it might take for someone to earn a commissioned officership. So they're new, quote unquote.
Air quotes.
Yeah. But, in spite of, again, the effete stereotype of an elf, they seem rugged of a sort. They're strong, sturdy. Sailor soldiers, basically. Marines.
Pirates.
They seem like stable and sturdy Marines that are interested, especially with Lustria.
Anyone with an interest in our mission at hand? Or are they just looking for work?
Mission meaning what?
The expedition, Lustria. It's not just getting there.
They're still interested, yeah. It doesn't as much call for their specialties, but they are fighters. There's definitely some interest. They are able to point you in the direction of people who were interested in traveling to Lustria, though. Or at least some people are, maybe not them specifically. But they're not interested in work so much as just passage.
Mm.
Are they tradesmen?
You don't know, you'll have to go meet them.
Damn it.
Just locals who have been asking around incessantly about passage to Lustria. They're elves, too.
Oh. I'm interested in keeping the negotiations between the fucking dwarves and the elves at bay.
It's okay. Whenever
Maybe instead of him
negotiations
taking
come,
animosity elf.
I will personally chain Alatok to quarters. We can work this out.
If they start to talk down to me and my magics, I'm going to lose it.
We're all on the same ship together.
So any
Everything
of-
will be cordial.
So are any of you interested in meeting these elves?
Yes.
Not
Any-
really, but who'll go? How much do we have to pay them also?
They're not interested in being paid. They're interested in paying for passage.
Oh, these ones?
Oh,
Yes. Oh, do you mean the Sea Guard?
I thought you were talking about the sea.
Oh, the Sea Guard you can haggle. No, I'm talking about the other ones.
The other ones? Alright,
They
let's
want passage.
talk to them, I suppose.
Alright. As for the Sea Guard, you can haggle with them if you like.
I wouldn't.
You don't want Sea Guard?
Not really.
Are you just saying that because you're broke?
Yes. I thought I made that clear. We gotta pay these shitty mercenaries, dude.
Mhm.
They haven't done anything yet.
Alright.
But when you address them, they shout Lothern and Sea Guard.
Like the Total War guys.
Yeah.
Also, I forgot, the Lothern Seaguard don't use crossbows, they use regular bows. It's the Dark Elf ones that use crossbows.
Okay.
Not important.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Let's see. Let's address those. I want passage.
But in one
Since
of
we're
the
broke.
in one of the cheaper looking inns, shady and decrepit, very distinctly Ungak.
I have to hop off, y'all. But
All right, well,
All right.
since Alatar doesn't want to come out of his hidey hole anyway, this is probably a good chance.
Yeah, that's
well, I'll
You'll
probably
miss-
hide
you'll
with them on
miss-
the ship
The
anyway.
only thing you'll miss is the awesome music I had for the reveal of Lustria.
Uh,
I'll send it to you later.
so just,
I'll send it to you later. It's
Right.
fine. It's just a cool song I really like.
how much longer do you think it's going to be?
I don't know. It depends on how long negotiations with these elves go. We could just not roleplay it out and just keep it to rolls and summary.
No. Don't.
It's not that
just send me
important
the song, or don't.
Okay.
I'll just watch the VOD.
That's a
You
good
just
point.
catch the
That's a
vibe.
good point.
Mm,
Yeah. All right. All right.
Okay.
The best of luck.
Thank you guys. Sorry about this, but
That's
Yeah,
fine.
not a
Bye.
problem.
Have a good night.
Night.
Sleepy times. Before because he doesn't hang up immediately.
And
So
now
anyway.
when he watches the VOD, we get to hear him. You get to hear us talk about mad shit about him.
Yeah, that's the word. Anyways,
Dwarves kind of sucky. Elves kind of great.
They're both garbage. I'm a noble.
So, that said, you find them in again a darker and dingier inn, distinctly Ungak, as I said, which it's a small group of 3 elves. Again, they look more of a different sort. Yeah, not the noble envoys you're used to seeing prattle about out in Altdorf. These ones are distinctly pale, rugged. They look well-traveled and haggard. They also do not seem to be in the best of moods, but that's probably because, as you figure, they can't get passage out of here. They're stuck. And they're stuck in the human quarter, no less, from the looks of it.
How many are there?
3.
Oh. How fortuitous.
Why exactly is that? Asks the lead one if
Oh.
that was allowed.
I didn't realize we were talking to them. I was just kind of...
Okay, well, they can just be first impressions as you see them there.
Hello! We heard some talk that you're seeking passage to Lustria.
Indeed. Do you come to quench this thirst? He says with a bit of a smirk. He seems doubtful, even.
Well, if you would be so kind as to join us aboard our vessel, we are hoping to establish a colony ourselves. What are your... oh, forgive me. I am Johannes Coswork von Altdorf, financier and astromancer of this expedition.
Maximus Kraus.
This is Brigadier General Barnes, my stewardess Caroline.
Carolyn nods. Brigadier Vaughn salutes, as he does for
Blitz
the moment.
is the dog. Trying to think if we bring anybody else.
So, roll 2d100 blind, and then roll 1d100 toast.
2d100?
Yep.
Separate together?
Doesn't matter. Don't put it apart.
Oh, there.
What?
Uh,
What? I'm sorry you
There you
had
go.
to waste that on not a test.
I hope
The
I
dice
get
game
to
with
play
the
as
two
well.
guys take away.
Roll another one, Kraus. Okay.
Were these are like character templates and we just made 2 identical people?
I was rolling for what careers they had because you asked you were gonna ask what their specialties were. It sounded like.
Yeah.
And I figured, well, it's interesting to keep 2 of them the same. I wanted to see if he could maybe have a past career that he was in to differentiate them a bit, that sort of thing. Anyways, you were introducing names, right? Right.
Yes.
Right. The lead one clearly gestures to himself. Darion. This is Galerin and Ebrin.
Okay, Loran.
I'm not even gonna try to spell them. I just wait for Vox to.
Everin. I like to try and then compare notes.
For the record, I would have been wrong for
Tyrion.
Ibrid.
Ibrid. Yep. Tyrion, Galeran, and Ibrid. He gestures between them all. They all seem to have that sour and rugged temperament about them, but Firion seems at least the most able or willing to talk right now.
Everin.
And pray tell, where exactly in Lustria do you intend to depart to?
We will be landing in Santa Margherita, I believe.
Wait, is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Be landing in Santa Margherita and then making our way. Be determined.
He purses his lips. I suppose anywhere's better than here. We've been stuck still for too long.
And what's the hurry about getting out of this giant megacity?
We've friends to reconvene with.
That's good enough for that reason.
What are your trades?
He thinks for a moment, as if trying to translate and simplify. A merchant of sorts. Yet around here, as well. Ibrin is a tradesman. A weaponsmith, precisely.
That is quite interesting. Well, where are you looking to go in Lustre?
As far as we last heard, our compatriots should be waiting in Skeggy, to the north, where you're destined. We're familiar with the waters and have traveled often.
Well, once we land in Santa Margherita, maybe you can convince the captain to take you there.
Now comes the issue. We have no coin, nor do most who do not regularly deal with men. You see, our kind, we don't favor currency. We honor our trades with goods and services, not arbitrary denominations. So, in return for passage, we would ask time. We will have Ibn forge you something worthy of the voyage.
I don't really need anything. Kraus?
Well, we're on a dangerous mission in dangerous lands. Crafting of a fine weapon will mitigate such dangers in any way, shape, or form.
Then regardless, it is the captain whom we deal with, and you can pass along this message. If you're sufficient to be paid in our thanks, then so be it.
I'm not sure about the captain himself, but it's fine by me.
Then relay it if you would.
So, craftsman of weapons, right?
The elf nods, saying nothing.
Any style of weapon in particular? I'm not one for bows.
Your standard exotic, I'd assume. Blades. I forge spears for the local militia, and the occasional weapon of craft for a noble.
Practical and pragmatic. Perfect.
Well, we shall return once we speak to the captain, I suppose, if there's nothing else.
That was not in character. That was me talking to you guys.
Another question.
Yes?
If we should happen to bring other passengers with us, well, simply have him keep it in mind that there may be more.
How many more? We're getting
Certain.
a little crowded.
Uncertain. A handful of human compatriots. We'll say no more than 5 to keep it simple for you.
that should do. And will they be coming with you, or do they wish to land in Lustria?
They'll be coming with us.
Alright. Well, if they've got coin, then that should be no problem for the captain. He's a fair man.
Let's see.
What?
Well, we took upon the what was her name?
Manuela?
The lady Manuela and her repertoire. What's the space situation on the ship?
Cramped.
Not good.
It's very cramped. There's a solid chance they might have to sleep on the deck.
Oh well, if they're that desperate, they could do it.
Yeah,
There's a chance you'll have to sleep on the deck.
Not an issue, he says, clearly begrudgingly.
Well, I'll go tell the captain, and then I have a few things to look into here myself. Actually, General Barnes, would you mind telling the captain?
Right away, sir.
Yes, thank you.
I do not think Master Alatok would be appreciative of our company. If they are to stay aboard the deck, then it is best that they stay below, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, we'll put a sack over his head. Won't know the difference.
Yes, much like a bird when... Never mind. As you were, Barnes.
He harumps his way out of there, as he then takes flight. For once, no one seems to pay any mind to General Barnes. They all seem to be perfectly fine with you having a magical familiar about and doing whatever you please. No one cares.
Thank God.
So, that said, you want to roll a D100 for a haggle on behalf of the captain, I guess?
I'll do it.
Yeah, sure, do it.
I'm doing it.
Ballswick, are you going to cast that magic-y thing to see if they're going to stab us in the back?
Huh? Why would... Fine.
Hmm?
Excuse me, just a precaution. Could I have a moment of your time to cast a simple divination to see if you intend to kill us?
By all means. Go ahead.
Thank you. I assume it won't be illegal because,
You don't have to worry about your hunters here. We understand the nature.
yes, you are far more understanding than anyone else, but anyone else not a member of the college, I must say.
It comes with experience. Something I'm
Yes,
afraid a century will not garner.
Yes, I've heard that as well. Now, if you'll excuse me. He's gonna try to channel firstly. I have to reroll that. I don't want to start screaming about demons yet.
It's marginal.
Not demons.
Yep.
Don't look at me while I channel.
Gross.
You
Roll,
need a wizard apprentice. to
Gross,
help
roll
you
an
channel.
average
I know.
intuition.
Average intuition.
Dude, don't look at me. Fuck, dude.
Average intuition. The Foundry is so mean.
I know, I hate using the
I'm
foundry.
sorry!
Not your fault, it's the foundry.
I don't understand why it's like this.
Shit. Numbers aren't real.
When they're wrong, they're real.
Is this an important test? I'll reroll this.
Not
I don't
really.
Okay. Actually, like Krau's failing intuition test is in character. This is
I mean-
fine. It's not the sharpest knife.
If I take a corruption, are they the elves gonna be like, why'd you take a corruption?
No,
Okay, I
not
just
for
want to check.
not for one.
Okay. Well, yeah, yeah.
You start taking a ton of them, and they're gonna start to make that noise you just did.
Dude, I give up. He's gonna start freaking out about. Wait, what was it exactly?
About demons.
No, not that. The thing.
Specifics.
Yeah. Where is it?
It's
Guess it's not a
creature
mission.
traits.
Oh, traits.
Yeah.
I don't see one.
I see it. By the way, you fall prone, which doesn't matter. You're in a chair, and you see disturbing revelations. So it's just flavor at that point.
Fair enough. I guess it matters more when he's in the presence of an inquisitor.
Yeah. Right now it's he just sees stuff on the wind as he's trying to gather it. After all, he's glimpsing into winds pulled from all of them.
Yeah, he's like, oh, this is
Is going
very
to take
terrifying.
long?
Yes. Never mind.
Alright, now you just gotta cast it.
Ah.
Oh,
Do I take another corruption, dude? I don't care that much about it, but I don't want to fuck up.
Well,
Like, what happens? Do I just lose my,
Yeah, the success levels are burned.
Okay. Fizzles out. Are you going to kill us?
No.
You see,
What about-
Cosmic, the magic can't answer all your questions for you.
Yes, it can. It's me that's failing, and that's
Sometimes-
why I'm annoyed.
You need to trust your gut. And if the man in front of you is going to stab you in the back, well, we will just have to deal with it, which they're not. Right?
I suggest you simply don't give us a reason.
See, there you go. He's not going to stab us in the back because we're not going to give them a reason to stab us in the back.
What reason?
Very clear. Right as rain.
Welcome aboard.
You're welcome aboard.
Assuming the captain approves, of course.
So, you'll learn in due time that the captain does approve. However, yes, they'll be sleeping on the deck, and they will be, he's going to expect quite a bit of them. One of them has sailing experience, and is going to have to tribute to the ship, first of all, for no pay. The others are going to, accept paying goods crafted, and so on and so forth. However, details of the bargaining aside, they do end up bringing a few others with them. Roll a d10.
Gonna be exactly 10. I'm fucking calling it.
Do it.
Close enough.
Well, it's worth the same value.
Valkyrie.
It's worth the same value because I'm cutting it in half and rounding up, so that is also 5. 5 others with them.
Okay.
4.5 people. There's another fucking dwarf.
It's a child. Fine. It's four people and a child. Fine. And
I'm just joking.
they bring these humans with them. They're dressed very poorly. They look more like beggars and destitute than anything else. And they shall quietly assemble when you depart. Which, is there anything else you'd like of Lothern? Other than the stuff we'll do between.
Any prayers to Manon that work during the celebration thing?
Yeah.
The festival?
You may roll 2d10.
Alright. Yeah.
So long as you offer your enthusiastic participation in the festival, this will contribute to Manon's mood temperament. Which will affect how the seas may be. Anyways,
By enthusiastic celebration, you mean eating a lot of fish? Manon likes fish, right?
he also likes when you sacrifice things to him, though. Now, last to come. I need 1d100 for the final event. Wait, hold on. There's 1, 2... Yeah, there's a 4th one for the final stretch. I didn't have it rolled ahead of time. Alright, who would like to?
Do it, Cosmic. Do it. Do it.
It's done.
That's a good number. I like that number.
Nothing more than mildly inclement weather. Some mist and light precipitation. Nothing much. In fact, it's only for D10 days, so it's not relevant the whole of the way. You want to roll another one? You want to test your luck? See if you get something
yeah.
good? Yeah,
What
you
could
do.
possibly happen?
Yeah,
You do
you
it
do. come on.
You do it, Bond.
Sorry, D10?
You do it. D100.
D100.
D100? Fine.
We got another D100. We gotta swap off. Exactly half of me. The Great Ocean.
Oh,
Okay.
alright. How long are you guys good to go on for? You good for another little improvised scene?
That's gonna be probably less than an hour, right?
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we could do a little scene.
Let's see. So, you make your journey partway. It's under that mist aforementioned that something is sighted from the crow's nest, and word brought to the captain. You may make yourselves involved at this point, but if not, he will seek you out shortly. As I presume, then, he will find you below deck, doing whatever it is you can to pass the time.
Like playing that chess game with one of the elves, maybe, is what Cosmo could be doing.
Digitally playing the flute.
Some of the pieces are made to look like elves. The game style is like elves versus dwarves.
Oh, now
Yeah.
shittily playing the flute.
Hey. So, to the music of the flute and to a rousing game of Alvataco, if you'd like to roll against Elf.
Sure.
Alright. I think it's challenging intelligence. You just dismiss it quickly. Or lore warfare, it's your choice.
I don't think I have.
Challenging intelligence.
Damn.
He trounces you rather sufficiently. You are defeated, as he manages to outwit you in a silent stupor, one hand to his chin. He picks his moves incredibly deliberately.
Blast.
So, at that point, the captain comes down. We need some brave volunteers. He smiles.
Cosmic, let's go.
Call it a draw. And he'll stand up and
He smirks and dips his head towards you.
Bonds?
Barnes waddles his way out from one of the corners and to your side, doing a little bit of a flap to perch on your shoulder. Good. All right. There's a shipwreck. Just caught sight of it. Derelict. Just want some to go aboard. Take a look. I figure, you got the gun. And you might be able to do something with your magics to make sure there ain't no danger, right?
Right.
Not really. But I'll come aboard.
Right.
So. Anyone else want to come? He will call out. It's the group of you. You can command the Tylians to come, but they're not going to if they have a choice. They don't care. This isn't what you're paying them for. This is what the captain's asking. And Alatok will not be coming, as he has, in a huff of boredom and distaste over the elves, drank himself into a stupor this night just to get away from the pounding thoughts in his head going, kill the elf, kill the elf, kill the elf.
The mercenary should be on watch in case this is an ambush.
That means he chimes up from the corner. Staying on this ship and watching for your return, or coming with you?
Stay on this ship and make sure nothing untoward happens to it.
Aye, he says, eager to not have to go.
Such lazy mercenaries.
They understand their job, and what isn't their job.
I don't. Now let's get to it.
They grab at pikes from their storage and will position themselves on decks, ready to fight, but otherwise just waiting. As you're pulled close and the boat hooks secure you to the ship. It's a wreck. It's clearly been adrift for some time, overgrown with barnacles and seaweed, and it's difficult to make out in the mist as it grows thick. There's an awful smell about it, too. The sails are tattered. They look like they've been ripped through. Not torn and shredded so much as just perforated. The mast is slightly askew, having been broken at some point, and elsewise the thing is clearly a dysfunctional wreck. If you'd like to request any others come with you, then so be it. Otherwise, the captain is content to send one guy with a gun and a wizard. Seems to him like a fine fit. If you'd like anyone to come with you and, go to the armory to grab stuff, then that's fine.
He'll address the human refugees that they brought aboard, and the servants of Manuela. Any of you proficient with weapons want to earn some scratch?
The answer's a resounding no between all of them.
Damn. Bonds and I should be enough. I mean, Bonds, Crafts and I should be enough.
And so be it. You make your way aboard. The floor
Anything
creaks
you'd be
beneath you and is slimy and slippery.
What is Bonds capable of, by the way?
Well, he could probably kill most of the people on the ship.
How?
Force of arms. Very good.
The tiny thing sitting on your shoulder.
Yes. Do you not see his sword?
I'll have you know I'm rather proficient. I've been training since before I was even born.
I admire the confidence. Okay.
To admire the skill should I put it to use.
Do we have a lantern?
You may.
Alright. I will procure a lantern.
A storm lantern is among the things you brought. You can shape it into a cone or keep it at an area.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Should I hold the lantern?
Sure.
Got the gun.
The place reeks. It's miserable. Can I get a challenging perception from Klaus and a average perception from Johannes? You can apply second sight to this.
Challenging perception.
For Klaus, imagine if you... Oh, sorry, go on.
How about Barnes?
He assists you with it. It's part of his earlier thing, isn't it? Or no, that's just the animal. He'll still assist you and give you the plus 10.
Then it'd be a +2 then.
Very good, sir. So, Klaus, you don't see much other than just the nature of it, poking through, looking for anything of value at this point. Johannes, you notice something ethereal in the air. Doesn't take long to catch your attention. It's sort of like imagining a ship breaking through thin strands of seaweed that trail behind it, but it's like the ship in its wake has caught strands of shaiish, the wind of death. Faint tendrils of dark-tinted purple about it, corrupted essence of death as this thing has been left to fester and pool that magic. And you can see how some of it seeps through the floorboards and down into the belly of the ship, where clearly something is festering and drawing in the essence of death. Probably the crew, I guess.
That is less than good. On your guard, Kraus. His voice is lower.
What do you see?
Mercenaries sit idle, and for once they're alert. They're just watching, staring, more in curiosity than anything else.
He's actually got language battle. Can he, like, do, like, on alert signals?
Yeah.
Okay. He'll do that.
Pikes are readied, with just a small parting in the line for you to jump back over to the ship and them to stop anything else should it come to it.
Presumably Barnes mimics the action. You first, Krabs.
Right, so. Leading the way.
Nice. Below deck?
Below deck.
So,
Oh, yeah.
down you go, the stairs creaking as you do. Roll a average athletics.
Average athletics.
Both of us?
This is not a test involving leaping now, is it?
Yeah. Average athletics for Kraus. It can be easy for Johannes because he's going second.
No, I'm re-rolling that. This is bullshit.
God.
It can't. Every roll can't be a fucking 80.
You wobble, nearly slipping on your way down the stairs as the one of the last few is slick. Johannes, you notice this and are able to keep your footing by just following his lead or skipping the step. Something is on it. Something thick and slimy.
Something's growing on the damn thing.
You could take a look. You have the lantern, of course, but otherwise you may move on.
Johannes would like to take a look. Just to...
It's indescribable gore. Blood
Ugh.
and mush. What looks like human just turned to paste has coated the stair, which themselves are bloodstained.
Can I scrape it off with the axe?
Yes.
Alright,
It is
yeah.
clearly flesh, muscle, and so on, rent and liquefied and rotted. It's disgusting, needless to say. It's largely the source of the smell.
Okay, yep.
There's more of it to go.
Bad things happened here. Duly noted.
We may as well sink it. I don't think we'll find anything good here.
We give it a once over, then we set it on fire.
Fine.
During said once over, you would begin to find the occasional remnant of action. Strangely, no bodies. You see things such as breastplates that have been dented and shot through with gunfire, or smears of blood or bloodied weapons that have been abandoned, but there's not a single body. Only the aftermath of what was clearly some kind of slaughter. And the deeper you go, the lighter the mist outside gets, but the thicker it gets to Coswick as it begins to pool into this mist of darkened Shaiish and Dar.
Are you satisfied, Kraus?
Nope.
Powerful death magic here. But a miasma of it, rather, not actual magic. It's hard to whisper and also do his voice, so I'm just kind of giving up.
We're already hooked onto it. If there's something here, it must be dealt with.
That's not true. We could just go and sink it.
And whatever is in here will proceed to leave and come to us.
I don't think that's how it works.
Kraus is pushing forward anyways.
Fine.
You take a few steps, and then realize there's a crunch. Roll an easy perception. Very easy, even. You can do very easy.
God dang.
Yeah, now the Foundry's hearing my complaints.
Yeah, the 103.
Are you gonna roll too, Johannes?
Oh, I thought you meant him.
Either.
Two-step.
Go ahead.
In the fucking Discord chat.
Take the plus 10 for Barnes assisting.
Watch me.
I should have brought Blitz.
The second
sniff.
sight help with this part.
Yes.
Boof.
Woo! Okay.
There you go. There.
My Sharingan.
As you're stepping forward, Kraus, you step and you hear a crunch. It's a familiar crunch, one you've heard from warhammers and maces, the snap of bone. You look down and realize, well, that wasn't me. It doesn't
wasn't
take
me?
too long to realize that, no, that came from the deck below you.
Mm.
You can faintly hear some kind of rumbling, some kind of motion, and then another snap, another crunch.
Oh. Not alone, Coswick.
Yes, I guessed that.
And now we have confirmation.
Barnes, go tell them that there's something down there. Something
They
eating,
gather the mercenaries to come slay the beast.
probably.
I would advise you turn back yourselves. You'd be no match for...
I.
What was that?
So would I.
But he's like glaring at Kraus.
He begins to take off, going back for the mercenaries. As... What are you going to do? Wait?
Johannes is gonna wait.
Kraus going to wait?
Kraus, at least wait for the men. You're a soldier.
Someone needs to scout ahead.
Why are you so insistent on doing things that are going to get you killed? Your wife was right.
It's the soldiering way. We can't walk in blind.
Waiting for reinforcements is also the soldier's way.
House is pushing ahead.
Alright. Roll an... if you're going ahead without him, roll a challenging perception. You're losing the light.
Challenging perception.
That's a good point. Come here.
Actually, I don't want to
Challenging
do that.
perception.
Magic make noise.
Alright. Yeah, you have to speak loud and clear for it.
Yep.
So, with him or passing off the light or just letting him go in the dark?
Damn it, he'll push forward.
Alright. You push on to the stairs, creeping your way down until you bend, and by the light of the lantern, you see nothing. There's bodies, several of, or at least the parts of. None of them are actually whole. Many have been ripped apart, but there's no sign of anything messing with them.
Nothing that could have made them munch a cruncher.
Nope. You hear, in the distance also, the boots of the Tyleans approaching. They're not being so subtle. It would be hard to with a group of 6 of them in armor, of course.
Oh, whatever's down here knows it's got company.
So,
None of the bodies are moving. That's a lot of dudes. That's way more than 6.
it's not. That's exactly 6. What are you talking about?
The
Oh, you mean in the
portrait.
picture.
Yes.
So, as you're making your way, you're partway down the stairs when you hear from the distance Brigadier General Barnes. Look out, sir, behind you!
What? Who?
You're,
He's gonna fucking...
you're halfway down the stairs, also to note.
Yeah.
You were gonna what?
Oh, well, is he yelling at us?
Yes.
I do have combat aware,
Right?
so I have a
Aye.
chance.
Make a challenging perception, and... Look.
He was going to turn and start channeling pretty much. God damn.
Never catch me off guard.
Alright. Turn and start channeling. You turn, and... Can I get a challenging cool test?
Hey, oh.
Average for Barnes, because he has Fearless. He doesn't care at all.
Come on.
69.
Cosric, wait! I'd fuck that thing! And then we get started with
Wait.
That's a different game.
because he rolled a 69.
No. Alright. Johannes,
Uh-huh.
subject to fear.
Uh-oh.
Maximus.
Mhm.
Subject to 2 broken conditions immediately.
Ah,
Holy shit.
That's the one. I gotta stack it on all of them.
Oh my god.
alright.
As you turn and face the horrible scream of a Mongol.
The fuck
What
is that
the
thing?
fuck is that?
They're the things from the Vampire Coast trailer with like the missing lower half of its body. That's just
Oh,
like a
okay,
mountainous.
alright.
Oh,
that's-
yeah, yeah. I thought it was like a snake thing.
It looks like a human torso, bony with long arms it crawls or props itself up on, missing its lower half with intestines dangling out. Its jaw distends and it screams, its hair flailing in the winds of magic. It was 2 broken. It is immediately sent everyone except Johannes and Brigadier General Barnes into a screaming eldritch panic. It is the very essence of fear, and sends everyone running. This one starts slow. The other... which one is it? I have a lot of Vermintide 2 ones in here, admittedly. So, it begins. The only ones able to act in the surprise round are it and Kraus. However, Kraus, you currently have 2 broken, so unless you resolve those away, you are fully dedicated to running and hiding at the earliest convenience at fastest speed.
You know what? I will resolve those away.
Alright, 1 for each. They resolve, and then you should be left with a fatigue from the shock and horror.
Just a fatigue?
Just 1 fatigue. It's for getting rid of all your current stacks of broken, not
Alright.
1 each.
Alright,
Oh my
come
god.
at me.
Alright, you are first. Would you like to shoot it?
We'll shoot it in the face.
Go ahead. You may do so. It is size large, so that's a plus 20. It is right there with Coswick, so aiming past him is going to be a minus 20.
Oh, it's... Wait, Coswick's in front?
Yes, you can
No,
see
it
them on the
came-
map.
It came
Oh,
from...
I didn't know this was accurate. My bad.
Yes, you guys are going down the stairs. Coswick is further up the stairs. You have to aim up past Coswick to shoot it.
Okay.
Especially because he's tall, you're short, and it's over there at his height. And it's really tight, narrow stairs, on a rocking ship. Which reminds me, another minus 10 for the rocking of the ship and this thing being just thrown everywhere. But the range should be pretty close.
Alright.
It is close enough to be point blank for you for plus 40, but it can dodge.
So, plus 40, minus 30, plus 10 in total.
I don't think that was... plus 40, yeah, sure. That sounds
Fatigue,
right.
rocking, Coswick.
That sounds right.
So we're making this at a
Fatigue,
plus
rocking,
10.
Coswick, and then a plus 20 for its size. Did you get that one?
I did forget that one. So, total plus 30.
That sounds right.
Mhm.
And the moment you fire, I'm going to need Coswick to make a challenging endurance test. The only way you're getting that shot off is basically by firing a gun in his ear.
Eat lead, dickwad.
Eat what?
No!
I will. All right, no. All right, we're gonna take corruption. This is insulting. What do you mean?
The foundry, dude. I hate you.
This is dumb.
Are you fucking kidding me?
This is insulting. Why?
Now it's
It went
insulting.
down by 1. You want to take another corruption?
Sure.
Humble.
Oh my god.
This is my one thing.
I know, dude. It does that to me every
If the
like,
foundry,
gotta-
this isn't you killing me. This is the foundry.
This is
killing
why
me.
I say numbers are fake. That's an 80% chance that's just not gone off twice in a row. The numbers aren't real. It doesn't matter.
There you go. That's another one. Okay.
Math isn't real. It's fake. People just made it
We're
up.
playing
There's
the
no,
entire game working on
there's no
numbers.
such thing as 20%. It doesn't matter. What 80% means 4 out of 5 times it'll work. It has just failed 3 out of 3. Math is fake. I don't believe in math. Anyways, well, you want to?
I mean, I could only take so much corruption.
You could just mutate. No. Are you gonna keep it?
Yeah, we'll keep it.
Okay.
Awesome.
Goswick, your ears are ringing, but you don't take the deafened condition as he fires off the gun and you duck aside. The shot narrowly missed, going through the wisps of its hair. As
Insulting.
Goswick, this is going to suck, and I apologize. This counts as surprise against you.
It doesn't have to make a break test for being shot at.
No, I think it has immunity to psychology. Yeah, it does. Immune to psychologies. I guess technically broken is the psychologies, actually. Wait, that's a good point.
Does it feel fear?
No, it doesn't feel fear, but it knows when to not be shot at.
Make it scared, and then it runs up and kills all the mercenaries, and we don't have to pay them.
Alright. Oswick, you first. It's making a swipe for you.
Yeah.
I don't wanna say it. I don't wanna read it. You know how the founder works. You guys roll bad and I roll good.
It doesn't matter. He's gonna try to dodge just because it makes sense.
You can't.
Like, he's not
It's a surprise attack.
Oh, so I have to parry?
No, you can do neither. It just hits you. It gets
So
a plus
then-
20 to hit you, and if it misses, it misses.
Then why didn't you want to say it? Just kill me.
20 damage, right arm.
Well, I've got 4 fate points, and I'm first fate point of the fucking thing, fellas.
I'll let you roll the crit first to see. If you wanna...
I would be dead.
Well, you had 0 wounds. That doesn't mean dead.
Dude,
Your toughness is 2. Okay, well, you'd have a... I was gonna say a percentage chance to survive, but in theory, you just roll a d100 for me. We'll see if you even make it. You have as much chance to survive as Kraus did to fail that shot, so I think you're, like... Yeah, that is lethal.
oh, is it?
Yeah. I realize you're...
First fate point.
To survive in the encounter, or to,
How do I have 10 wounds? No, to
Toughness and strength
nullify the
bonus?
attack. And strength?
Okay, nullify the attack, stay in the encounter?
Yes.
Alright. In that case, it swipes at you, as just because you flinched and ducked from the gunshot, you duck under its claws. The claws rake past you, extremely fast and shredding the wood like a cannonball. The captain calls out something in Tylean you can only hope is him saying, "Let's go help." Because he is going to wait to work in sync with his men. Barnes immediately asks, "I'm coming, sir!" As he fearlessly charges in.
Oh my god.
If this thing hits him, he's probably going to squash him like a grape. But,
He has 3 hit points.
yep.
And he's got like 60 weapon skill for his Y-hander.
There's the white-hander?
Yeah.
He's using a Flamberge as Zweihander.
How big is this thing?
Well, it's proportionate to him.
Yeah. He's just holding a full-size fucking thing. That'd be really funny.
That would be great.
That's all magic likewise.
Alright, so it's I'm just making sure I got this down. I didn't know I haven't looked at his talents yet. But Juicer! Oh my god. Alright. That's it. I forgot to give him an extra 20 for the fact he outnumbers it. Which makes it a tie. Thank God I remembered that. Oh, he has fortune. He's just going to spend it to break the tie before it slaps him into the dirt. I forgot that he had fortune and fate. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I
Alright.
gave him a time.
Well, it's a good thing his thing has damaging, and he can rely on that. You watch as Barnes charges forward, gallantly, rather, and swings his flamberge. He uses his wings to propel him, launching off his feet and becoming a tornado of blade, rather than swinging it over his head, just swinging his whole self. The creature doesn't seem to be expecting this, as he cuts not only its inner arm, but slices across its face, causing it to scream out in pain and horror, before he lands back down gracefully and gives it one last thrust before pulling back into a more defensive position. I just want you to know that that damage could have one-shot you, Coswick. He did 18 damage while it was doing 20. Oh my god, boy.
That's my fucking boy right there, dude. How about you, sir? And he cuts the boat in half with the swing anime style.
He honestly probably could.
Yeah, dude, it's a shipwreck.
So, such is Barnes' turn. The pikeman and Captain Marcini going to come in and do a stabby now. They don't even have to get close. They don't even have to get close. Oh wait, no, yeah, they're
are they breaking?
right. They're breaking, right. Which reminds me, it's the end of the round. Challenging, they have a challenging pool test to fix that. As does Coswick to get out of his sphere.
Right now.
Yes. Oh, theirs isn't. Well, their broken's not challenging. Yours is. The fear. If it's broken, it would be minus. Yeah, they're out.
Oof.
They're out. I forgot Marcini has it too. Yeah. Oof. No, yeah, he's going to. My bad. Forgot he had it too. He doesn't have any resolve or anything. They're out. Coswick, you are still absolutely terrified. Kraus!
Thank goodness.
Howdy.
The mercenaries are fleeing in a panic the moment it looks their way and screams. Barnes, on the other hand, is the only one standing his ground with you. Not in Coswick, because he has literally nowhere to go because you're standing on the stairs with him. The only way he can get out is by falling through you.
And this thing is keeping us from leaving.
Yeah, it's at the top of the stairs. You can
Gotcha.
only go
Okay,
deeper.
okay.
You could go deeper if you want space, which is probably good because Coswick will not be able to dodge or do anything defensive in this area, depending on what he uses.
Can I... Actually, wait, what's the initiative? Okay, that's the initiative.
Yep.
Can I swap places with Coswick?
Not easily.
Not easy.
You can try, but you're both on the stairs. He's in front of you. It would be very precarious and difficult. You can move out of his way. He can move past you, and then you could hold your action for his to let him go ahead of you and get out of the way. That would be the safest way to do it. Swapping places would be more like tripping him down the stairs and then barging forward.
Yeah.
You could do that, I guess.
Get behind me, Coswick. And yeah, that'll be the plan. I want Coswick to get away from that thing.
All right.
And I'm gonna pull out my axe.
Alright. So, you can move aside, he can move back. Are you going to?
Badly.
And then you can pull in your axe and go for it. No space to charge.
Wait. Can I channel as my action?
Yes, you can. Go for it. That's fine. It's just, yeah, the movement is coordinating ahead.
Yep. Just make
All right. So large is plus 20.
No,
Outnumber is plus
it's only rain.
for shooting.
It's backwards.
Alright.
It's plus 10 for it being large while in melee, and it's plus 20 for outnumber. And since it's facing barns, you can have another 20 for flanking it.
So total plus 50.
Correct. Go for it. It's going to try and slap back. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah.
Roll the,
It's fine.
Fuck you, Van.
roll the crit.
Oh, don't vomit
Has
on
no
me.
effect
Let me look at something real quick.
because its guts are hanging out.
Oh, hold on. No. You gotta roll again. I had it
Oh.
set to 19 rather than a D100 because I was checking a result earlier. I just had to make
Sorry.
sure.
Okay. So just hit the button again.
There it is. C1D100 plus 0.
God damn.
Woo! Okay. It has no armor to break. Oh, it does have... Roll a D10. It has a ward rating. In fact, I'll roll it publicly.
Do it.
Doesn't go off. Oh! Kraus one-shots it. As...
Fuck yeah, dude.
Bro, you know what? You narrate it. You one-shot it by snapping its collarbone or elsewise breaking its skull. And in other words, you can determine if it's dead or alive, too. But basically, you just instantaneously knock it out and snap its neck.
This is the culmination of Kraus's fears. Like, he missed his shot, and now the wizard is going to eat shit. This has to work. So Kraus jumps up the stairs and just slams his axe into this thing's collarbone and just thinking, die, just please die. Please die. This has to work.
Do you want it dead? Because I don't care if it survives or not. Off
Dead.
Of that. All right.
Dead.
You jump, axe in two hands, to slam it in, and like an ice pick, it has stuck you in the creature as it reels back, screaming and howling in its ungodly fashion. In doing so, it pulls an ironic move given your entry and slips on its own gore, falling and tumbling down the stairs as Cosmic has to step out of the way, until it lands with Kraus riding it and its head slamming into the side of the ship with a crunch. You rip out your axe and arterial blood gushes everywhere. It's a horribly messy affair. Hey, old man, what a show. It seems it's not just with a rifle that he's a hunter. They are a beast in all aspects.
Big Bop attacks!
Time to go. He's shaking and his teeth are chattering.
You're right, Cosmic. Time to go. Give me your lantern.
Yeah. It wasn't mine.
I'm gonna smash the lantern on the corpse and just set this whole thing on fire. We're leaving.
I'll
Alright.
wait till I'm past it.
It's like when you cut me off yesterday playing Hunt Showdown when you burned the body.
Whoops.
Alright. I take it you're taking no time to loot, pilfer, or check anything else. You want out.
Oh, out.
Very good. You set it up in fire as the mercenaries are already back on the ship, hearts racing as most of them have basically just thrown themselves over the railing and laid down, taking off their helmets. One vomits.
I'm gonna roll for that actually to see if.
You emerge and are immediately met with Marcini's surprised stare. Media, you're still alive?
And it is dead. Get us away from the ship. It's going to burn up.
He does the Myrmidian equivalent of signing a cross over himself before they very quickly push the boat away and are trying to make off. As you leave it, a flaming pyre in the night, eventually lost to the fog. Though Coswick can distinctly see the billowing of Don and Shaiish on the wind, smoke as well, intertwined.
I'm going to go lie down. Good job, Kraus.
The report is short and sweet. No survivors, and some monstrosity had no lower half.
Go ahead
What?
and tell Caroline that.
Mancini, you got a good side of it, right?
He nods rapidly.
You ever seen such a beast before?
Marcini, what lore do he has? Entirely. Still public. Nope, he's never seen a thing like it. You can tell by the way he looks about as pale as all those corpses.
Well, engrave it into your heart, for we may see those things again.
You can practically hear his heart beating as he leans back against the wall, dropping his pike just to rub both hands against his face and get the sweat free.
It's all right, Captain. It went down fairly easy. Just surprise is what got us.
Surprise. Need rum.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
Blitz! Come here.
Whoa.
Got some cups. We're gonna drink from the cask.
So, drinks later, and days pass.
Oh.
The fear is left behind as the memory lingers, until eventually you set. I've been wanting to use this song. I found it. I'm excited though, admittedly. I don't know how loud it's going to be though, I forgot to test it.
It's fine.
Starts a little quiet. You know, just for while it's building up, 2d10, real quick. Anyone. You can roll one each, for all I care.
You do. Okay, let's do that then.
Sure, one each.
I didn't do anything, but Barnes and I are kind of a package deal, so... Oh,
Whoa.
I'll
shit, I
take
put
the
one
two.
too many zeros.
I'll take the one. Alright. Alright. So, you have finally made your way to Lustria. It's perhaps shocking to some that it's not a simple island or any such. Beyond the islands that you do see, the continent itself is colossal, as you come to understand. Some say it's greater than the old world in size, a massive labyrinth of jungles and rivers, all with the spine of mountains far, 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 far on the horizon. You've made your way to the southernmost point, where you see basically just a land shrouded in dense jungle. Giant lizard-like creatures fly through the air in the far distance, looking
Look at that!
grand colossuses on bat wings. It's an alien environment in and of itself, so much so that I need you all to roll a d10.
Instant malaria!
Well, that's for later. Alright. Kraus. Make a difficult cool test. Coswick. Make a challenging cool test.
Difficult, cool. Oh, it's been days, right? I'm no longer fatigued?
Yes.
Okay. Right? Oh, hey, Ash. You're good, you're good. Difficult, cool. Nope. Yeah, maybe not.
Alright. Let's see. So, Kraus, you'll come to find that even from the moment you set eyes on Lustria, it begins to mess with your head. It's strange and dizzying. Like something's wrong with your sense of balance and all. The place is disorienting, like you walked into something not entirely of this earth. You feel dizzy, uncoordinated, and generally perturbed by the environment. It's not too bad, but basically the mechanic is you suffer a -1 success level penalty to agility, dexterity, and intelligence for as long as you're suffering from this.
Oh no, not my intelligence, my best stat.
You've heard of this before. It's something you've been warned of proficiently on your travels, of the fog that surrounds Lustria. Not a literal one, but one that gets into your mind. Not everyone, but many people suffer from a sort of disorientation that comes from going there. Some people whisper that it's the work of the lizards, should you believe such thing, trying to keep people away and confuse them. Others that it's just something to do with the air and the humidity, which it is quite humid. The air is hot and humid, the jungles are dense, and before you lies a grand new world of adventure.
Adventure!
On which note we will end the setting of you arriving in Santa Margherita.
Oh, that was good music, by the way, for this.
I really get pretty happy when I found this. I got a bunch of others from the same thing too, for later. It's my go-to for the Lustria soundtrack for this now.
You get some drums.
I really like it. So, very good.
Excellent.
We will call the session there. I think that was a good one. Bunch of little adventures to make the journey feel long and fleshed out was my idea.
Mm-hmm.
It was a
We
good
saw-
idea that was executed.
We saw a bunch of sights. It
You've
was really
traveled
cool.
across the known world.
They all hated me. Good job on your trip. See you in a few months. They thought it couldn't be done. Here's 5,000 gold for your expedition.
You have made this grand journey and survived, with nothing more than a horrid Mongol to test your mettle.
Holy shit!
That thing was bad.
That was one without advances too, because I was feeling lazy. But
Holy
they're
shit!
they're pretty nasty, and they get nastier.
Next time I say let's leave, maybe listen to the guy that can see into the future. Just saying.
Oh yeah, you saw that?
No, I didn't have to see it.
It's
Alright.
okay.
Cool.
We dodged those initial cool tests because we've seen it before. Now we just need to deal with his actual fear rating.
Actually, it has the thing is, it has a terror rating, meaning it has supernatural fear that gets to you, which is why they immediately broke.
Ay.
Yep, goddamn.
It has terror 2, which is one step shorter of a greater demon.
Yeah. It was pretty fucking scary.
Alright.
Wunderbar.
Congratulations on getting your XP.
Yep.
Thank you,
We
whoever
did
did
it.
for coming.
I wasn't paying attention. I don't think anybody talked though.
Nope.
We didn't eat shit.
And
That was pretty surprising.
it's true. We will begin
I think
next time in Santa Margherita with your efforts to establish your own colony somewhere along the shoreline.